Between the chicken bucket she throws out, everyone could smell the spice from a mile away. Let's see here. Thank you, Shikor, as always. I have already put all those down. In fact, I've already put them all in. But I refuse to say thank you to Darby or to Narset, or to acknowledge Don Crow's question, which I actually already saw during the break. But good check to make sure it was still there. I'm down with it. I'm down, as the cool kids say. Yeah, apparently, Alex. I literally just started streaming. Everyone's like, here! Oh, I had some of my leftover chili. This has been a fantastic chili batch, by the way. It's almost the exact same as my last thing, with a couple of tiny spice changes. A little bit more salt, and I put the salt in very early and mixed it in, so it effectively melted into the broth. And I doubled the amount of chorizo sausages I added to it. And I increased the amount of habaneros I put into the mix as well. Just chopped habaneros. It's really good. I put tomato juice in periodically. But something that I've found is that the quality of the tomato juice really matters. You can't put in crap tomato juice, right? No, I did not, Alex. YouTube doesn't like you doing re-uploads. No, what actually happened was it was a lamentation, and everything was labeled and set up properly. And then I was kind of autopiloting, basically. And so some of you may not know this, but when I make the thumbnails, I make them both at the same time, because I use the same template for Premiere Run, or a Classic Run, or Lamentation, or Rumination, or any of it, right? It's this exact same template. So I was just kind of auto-moding, making all of that stuff. So I had the Rumination template, excuse me, thumbnail. And I pumped it out, and I was like, hey! Oh, right, this is a Lamentation. And I didn't catch that till after it already went live. I was like, I should go fix that. Thank you, Camper Darby. I've put that towards Empire of Sin and Dungeon Siege 2. And thank you, Narset. I've put that to the Urquan Masters and Empire of Sin. I did forget to talk about the wormhole level, and that's probably a good thing. Like, that looks like a joke of me saying, I forgot to talk about it. But what happened there, what you were seeing is my actual reaction. Like, after I finished talking, I was just like, ugh. And I really was just, like, deflating like I usually do after I finish a room. And as I was like, oh, crap, I forgot to talk about that. And then when I was editing, I was like, you know what, that's a good cutoff point. Instead of when I say, I'm going to cut off in the middle of that sentence. Oh, that freaking wormhole level. I cannot believe they made that game. Alright, so we've got our playlist. You take a couple minutes more, you know. I'm fine, thanks. How'd you get the helmet off? Turns out the release button was jammed with ashes. Whoever owns that helmet made sure to use it to the point of voiding the warranty. Keep it safe in case she comes back, okay? Sure. Now, take it away from me before I feel compelled to put it on again. Meanwhile, the Horde is still beating the Alliance. Yes, it's open. Great. Welcome to Valhalla. What am I looking at? Oh, I can be mad, Alex. Because I played that game! Thank you, Alex. Yeah, that came from someone who didn't even put it towards anything. That's the really messed up part, Alex. And I have to wait a month until it's cleared anyways, because that's how large transactions work. Believe it or not, I'm actually sitting on 2 large transactions right now. One from Delbach and one from Palumbas. Anyways, good evening. What kind of place is this? Did I step into some kind of afterlife? Well, only for the Alliance. Do you often enter places without knowing what they are? Sorta, kinda, yeah. Well, this is a bar. Hang on, one moment. One moment. I need to look something up real quick, because I forgot to. Listen, Gossie. I hope you like dubstep, because now you're getting, like, light jazz or something. I don't even know what this is. There we go. Okay. A bar? Nice, nice. What can I get you? I don't know. I don't drink that much, to be honest. What would you recommend for me? What do you normally enjoy? I like tea. That's not something I can work with. What about flavors? Bitter, but not too bitter? Sorry if that's too confusing. Something bitter, but not too bitter. Maybe something bitter and girly? But wait. I have a weird idea. There's this tea I got. Right here. There you go. Have some tea. There you go. Hey, I like this one. But didn't you say you didn't have tea? Well, it's not freshly made tea or anything like that. You don't look like you're from around here. What brought you by here, miss? I'm the star that always shines in the dark night sky. Yeah? I'm the glow that will guide you through your sorrow. Catwoman! I'm the northern light that will show up in your dreams. Joker? I'm Kira with asterisks for some reason, Miki. Should I call you Miss Miki or Miss Kira? No, you're not getting it. It's just Kira Miki. Here, let me help. I'll say Kira and you say Miki, okay? Okay. Kira. Miki. No. Put more spirit into it. I'm so sorry, Ross. Although you did get pizza, so that's kind of on you. Kira. Miki. Almost there. Kira. Miki. Kira. Miki. Kira. Miki. Kira. Miki! That's it. Are you feeling it? Kira. Everyone. Miki! Kira. Miki! I'm gonna stop. And don't you ever forget it! What am I doing out here? Where are we now, Jamie? Right, I was telling you. Wow, you're good. So, she's got the mind control nanites. Good to know. Thank you. It's nice to know I still have it. Especially since I have a concert in a bit. Concert? I'll never do it, Don Crow. I'm one Lilim who's putting on a concert tonight. I don't know if I'm the same Lilim you're looking for. What are you doing all the way down here? Well, we're making last preparations for the concert, so I snuck out. My producer is always obnoxious while that's going on, so I decided to just leave. I saw one of the concert's posters outside and decided to check out this place. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Won't your producer be mad at you when you go back? He will, but it's not the first time I've done this. And he still needs me to do the concert anyways. I see. How big is the concert? We planned for a bit over 100,000 people and sold out pretty fast. So we managed to secure ourselves another show in a couple of weeks. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I may not have as many fans as other performers, but mine are very loyal, and that's nice. Hashtag relatable. Over 100,000 is not that many? Yeah, I don't have anywhere near that many. I don't think I want 100,000 viewers. Hold on. Based on your little demonstration, should I call you Miss Miki, right? You don't get it. Let's start from the top. I'll just call you Miss Idol, then. Oh, I like that. Hey, do you have anything soft? Soft is an alcohol-free? No, I mean soft isn't soft. Soft? Let's see what I can get you. So what do I give her for her second order, since I'm out of tea? Oh no, I still have tea. I could give her more tea! No, hazardous! Oh, God! Why dost thou curse me so? Yeah, sure. Should we double charge? No, Don Crow, no! Oh my God. As I say, she's probably well off, so let's double up on her. And this is going to be aged and mixed. There you go. Try this. Yeah, this'll do. Thanks. Hey, have you been considering being more theatrical when mixing drinks? Eh? Yeah, you know, spinning the bottles, lighting drinks on fire. Although lightning drinks on fire would be cool, too. I wonder if I would still be able to stay positive with that many people, Alex. I've been getting better about that. It's something I've actually been deliberately trying to work on, is to not respond as badly to the negativity that I feel, that I receive in my show and my job. I know I'm getting better because I can demonstrably, objectively prove it, but I'm actually curious in kind of a detached sort of way if I could handle the level of negativity that would come from having 500,000 people watch me regularly. I don't know. When I was in college, I tried going to a party once. The bartender who tried those tricks gave me a nasty bump on the forehead when the bottle slipped his hand. Those kind of theatrics usually feel pointless and seem to slow down the process of actually making a drink. Yeah, but never underestimate the power of putting on a good show. They feel incredible and be very rewarding, you know? I'll keep it in mind. Hey, is this glass important? Depends on why you're asking. Do you want me to sign it? Oh, sure, I guess. No guessing. Are you sure you're not? Yeah, do as you please. See, that's... I mean, the question has this is if I can deal with it. You know, if I am capable of dealing with that. I already have a tremendously low confidence level, which my sister has been desperately trying to drag me up for the last 12 years. So, I don't know. I am a good writer, and I am good at video games. But those are both facts. That's easy to state that. So there's certainly a degree of that, Gossi. It's actually one of the reasons I stopped doing the Grey 17 comment section on Lore Week, because there was a demonstrable effect of people deliberately leaving nonsensical or crazy or evil or whatever comments just to get those read during Lore Week. So I stopped that. And sure enough, the amount of those comments went down. That was a pretty one-to-one provable kind of a thing. Not that I'm aware of, Mr. Red. I did read Stop Reading Positive Comments. A great breakdown. I do find it sad that there aren't any good console-based Star Trek games that don't require online play. For the life of me, I can't figure out why, but we'll always have videos like this to keep us entertained. Scroll down a little bit to my Rogue One video. Thank you for the sweet trip, smiley face. Scroll down a little bit more. Thank you so much for putting up with this horrible game and giving us a great overview on why it sucks. I never played this game when I had a PS2, and man, did I dodge a bullet. We'll never touch it. Thank you, Lore. Scrolls down a little bit here. Let's see. Let's pull something from the Pirates of the Caribbean Rumination. I really liked this. It made me want to rewatch the one you did for Black Pearl and made me want to rewatch the first movie. What I love about your Ruminations is they increase my enjoyment of movies and games I already like. Sometimes they'll get me to like things I didn't care for much before I heard your take, sorry. Not many people can offer me a point of view that helps me broaden my perspective, and I really treasure that. Scroll down a little bit more. There's actually a lot of comments on the Shattered Universe video, and almost all of them are really awesome. Here we go, Plague Tale Innocence. Hazardous, the rat is I can't believe you're the only one who noticed the rat was playing a trumpet. So originally I was looking for an image of like a swarm of rats, and while I was looking for large groups of rats, I saw a picture of a rat playing a trumpet along with the other rat playing a tuba or whatever, and I was like, I've got to use that one. It'll only be there on screen for like 3 frames, but I've got to use that one. I'm trying to think of a comment to read. I got a bunch of good positive comments on the Plague Tale Innocence one. Very astute analysis. I completely agree with you. I'm hopeful the quality of the writing and design of the sequel will be as good as the first game. From the trailer, we can see the evolution of the characters in the universe is consistent with the premises established at the end of the first game. If the first game dealt with the subject of family, I imagine the second will deal with the home is where you decide to settle. All things considered, fingers crossed. And yeah, I swear I saw one from you, Lanareth, which I don't think I bothered to answer because it was this morning and I was trying to get my breakfast cooked and I still started late. But the game is worse than Threshold. Because at the very least, I can just watch Threshold. I have to force myself to go through the game, and I had to cheat to make it completable. And thank you, Blow Off Alex. I know I get snippy, especially with you sometimes, and I can only apologize. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm trying to get better, trying to do better, trying to be better. It is a process which I have been trying to do for the better part of the last 2 years. And, hopefully I'm doing better. But yeah, Threshold, at the end of the day, is 45 minutes of nonsense and terribleness. It's some of the worst Trek I've ever seen. Star Trek Shattered Universe was about 10 hours of hell. Actually, it was 7 hours of hell, because we were cheating, but you get it, right? Anyway, sorry. Back to the game we're actually currently playing. So who should I make this out to? Maybe for the boss? I wonder if Gil would like it, though. Your name, girl. Oh, for Jill, then. For Jill, never lose your star, from Kira Miki. Oh, that's a pretty autograph. Thanks. No, thank you. I'm guessing someone with as many fans as you has their fair share of stalkers, right? Well, there are two kinds of people that obsess over me. Yeah, exactly, Linnea Ruth. Exactly. I mean, that's the goal, Gossi. As S.A. Ross discovered somewhat recently, that's always been the goal. You can go all the way back to the beginning of my Voyager videos when I first started doing this job. And back then it was just a hobby. And one of the early stated goals was to try and talk about things whether I liked them or not, right? To try and discuss and analyze from a bit of a more neutral perspective. I mean, actually, if you go before Voyager to the Mass Effect 3 videos, that's actually where that got started. I don't know where I got that from. I didn't get that from my parents. Neither of them are like that. And I was like that before I met Sis. I don't know where that came from. This is game music, yes, Jevin. Whatever. Random thoughts. Moving on. There are the shy people who obsess out of me, follow me everywhere, hiding just out of sight. And then there's my fan club. What's the difference? The fan club follows me around a lot too, but they usually keep a distance. Actually, I think they're outside waiting for me right now. I see. They're also pretty organized. They make pretty good soldiers. The others, the stalkers, are a bit sneakier. They don't act in groups. I'm guessing those stalkers must be bothersome, huh? Actually, they're not that bad. Stalkers are nice when you get used to them. I remember one once protected me from being mugged. There's another that breaks into my house once a week and makes me breakfast. I just wish they'd leave my underwear drawer the same way they find it. You're an android. I mean, no offense, but who cares? Also, speaking of blue hair, this is actually me in another universe. I take pride in how neatly I organize my underwear drawer, you know? I mean, I don't have a drawer, but that's me, yeah, so. I take pride in my old liquor collection. I guess it's the same. No, wait, it isn't. Yeah, you get me, Jill. Okay, one more drink before I go. Okay, so the third drink, sorry, what was the third drink I need to give? You mentioned this earlier, Don Crow. Alcoholic. Okay, so by now the stage of darkness of the fellowship is settled. Isn't it a bit late for a concert? It's all part of my gimmick. I always make concerts go from night till dawn. And this one, I'm supposed to close with a song called Sunshine Stone. If everything goes as planned and the weather forecast is accurate, the sun should come up just as I reach the climax of the song. I'd be depressed if they ask for Your Love as a Drug as an encore, though. That sounds nice. Hey, I need to make people feel the tickets were worth the ridiculous price, you know? Don't you think it sucks when you pay for something only to find out you shouldn't have bothered? Yes. Yeah, this one time I bought some expensive coffee in this one cafe. Oh, coffee, don't get me started. It tasted like filthy water with cream. Oh, so it was good coffee. I still don't know if it was the coffee or the girl that served it, but it was bad. Yeah, that sucks. It was some place called Coffee House of Doom. I don't know what that was all about. Speaking of which, do you have anything bitter? I really need to wake myself up. Let's see what I can find. So, yeah, I'm supposed to give a super alcoholic something, grizzly something, hang on. Grizzly Temple. That is, in fact, a questionable content reference. I mean, I've got the books right here. I know you can't see them on this screen. I've got the rest of the books right here. I own all of them. One of these days, I need to figure out which one of these I had him sign. I got him to sign one of them. I think it's this one. Hang on, let's find out. Yep! There it is. Hang on. See a bit of a... It's really, there it is. You see it? Sketch of Hannelore there? Yep. Yeah, I know. I've been a fan of questionable content since they started. That's actually... I'm not saying that to be elitist. It's just kind of funny. Because I really got into webcomics when they got started. And so I never left the webcomic scene. So most of the webcomics I still follow or like. I've been there since the beginning. You know, questionable content. Salmon Fuzzy was one of those. I was there for all of 8-Bit Theater, all of Bob and George, you know. What else do I read nowadays? Hang on, let me actually pull it up. Because I still read several webcomics. What do we got here? Girl Genius, I've kind of fallen out of. Darths and Droids. MS Paint Masterpieces, if that even counts. PvP Online, of course. Sinfest, I kind of fell out of. The Non-Adventures of Wonderella stopped. That was a shame. I've been there for the beginning of the Order of the Stick, which is probably one of the best webcomics ever, by the way, and I mean that sincerely. VG Cats quit, so that sucks. Captain SNES quit, which that sucks. XKCD, everyone knows them, obviously. Earthworld. Oh, that really sucked what happened to them. They deserve better. I've actually met the people who make Earthworld at the same convention where I got that signed. In fact, I think... I got that signed too. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, I have a bunch of Oots books too. So I got one of the Earthworld books while I was there. Yep, nope, I did get it signed right there. I know you can't really see it, but it's there. They lost someone. That's all I'm going to say for the sake of decency. But they lost someone. And so that was the end of that. I don't blame them. Earthworld, if you ever are interested, by the way, this is a fascinating comic. It's still there, kind of. You can still get archives of it. The premise is very simple. Imagine if a tabletop war game was in lore. Imagine if all those rules and regulations about moving between tiles and upkeep and who can attack what and flying units, all those rule sets that go into like Battletech or Warhammer or whatever. Imagine if all of that was happening in lore, and that's what this is. It is a fascinating, fascinating comic. That's valid, Jovan. I apologize. Real quick, just I gotta finish. Dark Legacy Comics. Can plug that one. Awkward Zombie. Another one I've been around since the beginning. Definitely plug that one. Gamer Cat was awesome and then quit. Real Life Comics has recently come back, so that's cool. They're an old one from back in 1999. Alright, we're good. Moving on. So, we're making this thing. There we go. Full on double. This is blend. Yeah, GamerCat, you can still read GamerCat, it's just they stopped. They quit, like several people do. There you go. Yeah, this works. So how is it? It could be a bit sweeter, but it's delicious. I figured it was for waking you up or something, so... Really nice, thanks. I hope you aren't offended by this question, but... I can see that you enjoy what you do, but how much of it is about the music? I'll let you know that before becoming Kira Miki, I was a very accomplished pianist. I had concerts every week and part-timed in bars with a jazz band. I still write and compose my own songs. Oh, why the change? Going from jazz and piano to idol? Have you ever thought about the power music has over people? Yes. You could argue it's just noise, but it can't make you feel a wide range of emotions. It can. And that power is universal. It can transcend language and culture. Being in a jazz band or performing recitals, I can only take that power to so many people. But being an idol, I can take that power and spread it far and wide and use it to... It is me! It's me! She is me! She's conquering the world with music. She's not human. Blue hair. Loves me. I mean, just, come on. Kids and adults, men and women, they all have access to my music, and I can reach every one of them. What music do you like, Joe? I'm not picky, but I do prefer versions with no lyrics. Oh my god! Jill continues to be me, too. This is getting freaky. I'm talking to myself. I like to listen to music while working, and lyrics distract me. Besides, it always bothers me when people nonchalantly start singing songs with creepy lyrics. I think only half... I mean, I have a really big chest in real life. Male chest, muscular chest. So it makes sense that I would have a really big chest if I was female, too. I think only half of the listeners actually care about what's being said. Oh, that's a bummer. I'd give you a copy of my latest CD, but I don't have any at the moment. Don't worry about it. Okay, then. I'm out. Yeah, you get it, Nero's ass. You get it. Pumpkin scream in the dead of night. Oh, sorry. What were you saying, Sir Mike? Please come again. Yeah. Wait, how was that not the correct scene? Well, we need to test something anyways for gameplay purposes, so... sure, whatever. That's not a great skip. Is there another button I can hit to skip? Whoa! Hey, hold up. The Enter key puts it into full screen mode. Do not hit. There's our fast forward. There is actually a fast forward button. It's control. It's left control, specifically. So hang on. So this is the T, right? We're giving it the T. There you go. T. There you go. I don't remember what I'm getting for the second thing. I believe you, Joven. I will admit that it was the last thing I tried, which probably says something about me. What am I giving her? Blue Fairy, I think? Yeah, here we go. And then aged. Mix, here you go. And now we're giving... They are the choices, Primarch. You know how in a choose-your-own-adventure game you choose? Well, the drinks are the choice. Listen, it's my fault I'm an idiot, okay, Blue Alex? I'm sorry. It didn't even occur to me. It was something that occurred to me during the lunch break. I was like, you know, for a game like this, for any visual novel like this, we need to figure out where the fast-forward button is, if there's a rewind button, if there's a log, which there is a log. There's not really a rewind. That kind of sucks. We're also going to have to see what happens after we beat the game the first time. See if there's like a chapter select or what. But anyways. Alright, so... Oh no, they're real choices. This is a branching game. We have multiple endings we're going for. What am I making? The 9 Camertine one. Well, I don't remember what it is, so let's just find it. 9 Camertine. Camertrine, actually, is what that says. Karmotrine is actually what that says. Karmotrine. There it is, 9 Karmotrine. The Fringe Weaver, that's the one. Okay, so this is... And then, just alcohol. Just alcohol. Aged and mixed. Here you go. This is good, but it isn't exactly what I needed. What did you need? Something that'll wake me up or help me sober up a bit before going back. You could have said so early on how to fix you something like that. The order's still wrong, though. I'm not arguing that. Hey, Jill, have you ever lost your identity? I've lost my ID card a couple times, yeah. No, your identity. Forgotten who you are. Whoa, different face. What's with the change in expression? Not really. I did. Okay. Kira Miki is just an artist name. Whoop. It's so easy to do that, actually. At first, it was hard for me to play the part, you know, but I gained so much satisfaction with my concerts that I decided to invest myself, and I overdid it. How so? I became so invested in the character that I forgot who I was. Who was I before I became Miki? What did I like? Where does Miki end and I begin? I just don't know anymore. This... How many of you remember the video where I talked about how I had to learn how to fake emotions I actually feel? This is a while ago. This was before I was streaming regularly, like before the first Final Fantasy Marathon. I mean, that's years ago. That's decades ago from my perspective, but I did have to learn that. What drove you to such a decision? Whoop. Oh, hang on. Damn it! The fact that I know I'm performing a noble duty. How? You have to deal with many stressful things in everyday life. Work, debt, sickness, insecurity, the black slime that comes out of the sewers every full moon. Is that a real thing? You don't know what will await you every morning. You don't know if you'll make it back to bed that night. When measured, the cons of life outweigh the pros. People need something to cling to, and for many, I'm that thing. You are? During my concerts, they stop being themselves for 4 hours. They're not a nurse, an office worker, or a store clerk. For those 4 hours, they're just part of a mass that goes to see an idol. No religion, gender, or social class divides them. They're all at the same level. Damn. Even when not in concert, I try to give them songs that will cheer them up, that'll make their lives worth living. When I see the people call my name from the stage, I know they're thanking me. Thanking me for the single moment where they can be happy. That's what I love about the stadium. I'm down below, while they're up high. If forgetting who I was before means I can protect those smiles, then so be it. I'll make that sacrifice as many times as needed. Because I live for them. Because I know that I help them. I am the star that always shines in the dark night sky. I am the glow that will guide you through your sorrow. And I am the northern light that will show you your dreams. I am Miki. And don't you ever forget that. Fan club, to me! We ride to the stadium! I suddenly feel the urge to ditch my shift and follow. Do you think she's telling the truth? Give me a sec. According to this article, her real name is Michelle Kingston, deployed about 2 years ago. She did a few variety shows with her jazz band, but went solo afterwards. What was all that talk, then? She was drunk and very peculiar drunk. Figures. Still quite the motivational performer, though. No doubt. Boss, we're done. Alright. You feel like going to that girl's concert? Nah, I don't think so. I don't have tickets anyway. Hey, boss, does the name Red Comet ring any bells? Why, that was my moniker during my wrestling days. Back when I used to beat up the Alliance. Huh? Yeah, that's what they called me during my time at the Grand Slam Fighters. She is a cyberpunk PC. This just is not a joke anymore. Hello, Mom. They saw me coming, but they couldn't stop me before I crashed into their heads. Any reason for being red, specifically? That way I was... Oh my god, she's an orc. How'd you find that out? Do you like wrestling? A client mentioned it yesterday when he saw you. I just kind of remembered it. Ah, I see. I should take you to a wrestling match sometime. Maybe you'll like it. Maybe. In any case, Gil's cleaning the glasses today, so I'll leave now. Take care. Oh, and boss, don't cram anything in your head without thinking, please. Yeah. Yay, money. Aw. We didn't get the flawless service bonus because we got that extra cutscene. Thanks, Don Crow. But we did manage to make some decent money. So, yay, money. Yeah, this setting is so terrible. I would only work in this setting, live in this setting, if I had, you know, tier 4 or tier 5 level. 17th. All right, that's like... That has to be 2 days from now, because there's no month 15. But this really stalled me for a second. Okay, so, blah, 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 blah. So we got 2 days doing that. So we need Love is a Drug. So, let's go do that really quick. Love is a Drug. We gotta get the Kiramiki banner. It fills me with fanaticism. Fanaticism. There it is. That's a magazine. That's not a poster. Okay, okay. Well, whatever. Confirminate. Yeah, they give me recipes, comma, but I have to figure out what drinks to mix for which people, period. And that changes how the story goes, too, period. Well, I don't know, USN Corp. Does the symbol fill you with fanaticism? Okay, we're focused at work. Yay. Alright, so what do we got here? First... December 17th will come the second retribution. Birthday is coming. Spooky font, it's happening. Okay. I'm just... Wow. Reddit threads. What's this? I love this place. So much energy. So much love. I can feel the optimism in the air. Heart, 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 heart. Even after all the struggles, you still come to see me, and I got to experience the loudest and craziest crowd of my whole career. I'm beyond speechless. That said, I'm excited to announce we'll have a second date in the city. Wasn't an easy setup, but I'm so happy my agency approved it. This is by far our biggest show. See you soon. Hi everyone, you ready for the Dome concert? I sure am. I perform at a rather large number of concerts every year, and even then, I can't help but be excited every time I have one around the corner. It's all thanks to you, thanks to your energy and love surrounding my life in every aspect. I'm going to perform all your favorite songs, so please be excited. Just one little request. Please don't wait for me outside the stadium, or my bodyguard will get angry at you. I don't like to see you hurt, so please don't do it. What I do to relax. Listen, maybe someday it won't be such a pain in the arse, because I still have all the pins, Alex. I bought like 500. Because I had to. I couldn't buy a smaller number of them. It's just shipping them has just been... Whew. It's been very hectic as of late, so I'd like to share with you what I do to relax. Sitting on rooftops. I'm on the road most of the time, so I don't have a specific rooftop to relax on. I like to feel the breeze and see a beautiful vista. It makes me think about life. Tea cocktails. Oh, this is something I can't live without. Mixing tea with vodka, rum, gin, lime. You name any tasty and natural combination, I'll be all over it. I'm very careful about getting tipsy before a show, though. I wouldn't like to ruin your evening. Mwah. Neo San Francisco rocked by powerful earthquake. Millions saved. A powerful 8.6 magnitude tremor struck the area of Neo San Francisco. Fortunately, modern science was able to identify the quake almost an hour in advance, providing the city plenty of time to prepare for the worst. During a conference call, Glitch's city Prime Minister Quincy... Where is Glitch City to have a Prime Minister? Congratulated the rescue teams at Neo San Francisco for its rapid response in the wake of the warning. They're an example to follow, and we're certainly looking forward to implementing these advances in earthquake prediction here in our beautiful city. Glitch City is not known to currently be a seismic zone. Yeah, for those of you who don't have context, 8.6 is gigantic. One more civil death and we'll ban protests. After numerous protests held around the city, which are caused by an ongoing economic and safety crisis, Glitch City's Prime Minister, Quincy... also Simpsons reference, has made it clear that if writers take another civilian life, he'll personally write a law to ban all kinds of public manifestations. This simply can't go on. They only want to destroy public property. They're actively sabotaging our efforts to recover our beautiful city, and I've decided if they cause another civilian casualty, spelled wrong, I'll do everything in my power to ban protests. The White Knights will have full authorization to use maximum force. Quincy will be running for a second term next year. Is Alice Rabbit a group? The answer here. Who is Alice Rabbit? Judging by the complexity of the methods they've used to breach all kinds of protected software, some are starting to think this is not a group. This is, in fact, a group and not a single individual. So is Alice Rabbit a group after all? Not the first time this would be a thing. More than half a century ago, a group of notorious hackers rose to prominence and called themselves Anon. They weren't even a threat to real protected data, December 17th. He's so cute. Alright, so we bought the poster. Or the magazine. We bought the magazine, which is what we needed. Who's Alma? Apparently, Java. Yeah, okay. Who's the hacker lady? I don't think I've met an Alma yet. Next client, okay. Rom's sister. Wait. Okay, so save. Day 3. Should I buy anything else? Real question. Like, should I buy anything else? I get some more music maybe or something? I don't know. Hey, Diabeepus. Thank you again for that. For everything. For your support. For your awesome. I don't know what else to say. I am glad you like my stuff. And I am hopeful that you continue to like my stuff, even when I continue to suck. I didn't see anything about a download key on the magazine. No, it does. Has a download code for Your Love is a Drug. There you go. There it is. Okay. I'm wrong. Alright. Yes, Diabeepus run and won the golden number game yesterday and put it towards... You have to give me a second here, because... It's like 2 sessions down. Oh, for God's sakes. Here, we'll just do this. There it is. Forza Horizon 5. There it is. This is why I ask people when they do the guessing game to just go ahead and put the game they put in there. So even if they're not there when we come it out, I can just lock it in. You don't have to. It's just a way to make sure it goes through. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Yep, no. Okay, we're good. Let's do it. To work. Boys' Day. Good evening. Oh, hi there. Hey, here's Alma. I was expecting the bar to be different before opening hours, but I guess it's just the same tired thing. What's going on with that here? Ah, Leonidas. Jillian. Marcello. No, Zach Taft. I stumbled across her on my way in and asked her if she wanted to tag along. Hope you don't mind. I'm sure, make yourself at home. There's Boss. Didn't she put her helmet on again, did she? She went out for a bit. I don't know what for. Probably a mission. She'll be back. Alright. Alma, make yourself comfortable while I prepare. Alright, thanks. So hang on, let's... My sister tends to have calic problems like that. Hang on. Where's the new one? There it is. What was that? Oh, just something they made you say back in instruction. It kind of stuck. Huh. I went to a school that made us stand up and clap our hands on our backs when someone came in. That sounds really strange. That habit didn't rub off until high school or so. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Oh yeah, look at this. Hang on. A glass with a signature? I'm gonna assume it's either an autograph or an impromptu medicine recipe. That Kira Miki girl came here and actually yesterday before our concert, actually. Oh yeah. Now I see your name here. You don't seem very surprised. I like B-Link more, actually. Is it B-Link or Blink? And that's probably the point. The stoic-looking duo, right? Yep, those. Seems you had a better day than mine yesterday. I had to break oath with Damien. I see. You want a drink? You don't seem very surprised. Alma, we've known each other for, what, a few months now? I'd be interested if those relationships of yours went further than a week or two. You say you broke up, but there's usually not enough time to foster something to break. It's more like the guy wasn't what I wanted, so I stopped flirting. You could pretend to be more interested, you know. Like my mom says, if I don't buy it, it's because I know the product. Speaking of buying, you want a frame? A frame? Yeah, for all those pics you have of your boss, the one filling your phone's memory. Some seem sneakily taken at that. Look at that face. Is this true? What do you care? How the hell did you find that out? So it is true. Shut up! I'm a hacker, remember? You shouldn't piss off hackers. That's true. Don't piss off your janitor. Don't piss off your mechanic. Don't piss off your doctor. Or, you know, cyberdoc in case of cyberpunk. Don't piss off a hacker. At least a fictional hacker. Aw. Yeah, don't piss off your waiter. In real life, hackers aren't actually that dangerous. There's different things when it comes to that. But in fiction, yeah, no, never piss off a hacker. Oh, I really like this one of her sleeping in her office. I think I'll copy it. You! Hey, can you make me a bad touch before we keep arguing? Sure. So, I'm told I have to do special stuff on day 3. So I'm just gonna chill for a minute. I mean, I can just do a bad touch, but if I'm supposed to do something special... Okay, not this character. I'm not gonna overcharge her. She's cool. Whoop! I'm gonna hit the wrong buttons, though. Jeez Louise. Rocks next. There you go. There you go. Who gives these drinks their silly names? Usually the one who registers it. Yep. Not gonna say anything, but cyberpunk vibes there. Some people have quite the silly sense of humor. Y'all have a sex on the beach? I actually don't know the story behind that drink. Does anybody know why it's called that? Like that girl who keeps laughing over this particular drink's name? Yeah. So who's Damien again? The one with the nice car. Yeah, I wasn't gonna... Yeah. Sure, he's also the manager at the bank, but that car was what caught my eye. And what was wrong with him? Turns out he's a LARPer. What's wrong with LARPing? Yeah, I know what LARP means. Live-action roleplay. Sounds like the nickname of a heavy-handed writer or a military organization. What do you roleplay as? Have you heard of Woodstock fairs? Those events where people barely dress, stink, roll in the mud, and screw in the open? Those are hippies, yeah. He frequents those, and I'd rather not deal with that. Okay, that's not LARPing. I mean, I get it, because it was, you know, decades ago, but that's not what I was thinking about at all. If I stayed with him, I'd eventually have to. I mean, I need to support my partner in what he does, but if something like that... You see, that's the problem right there. You say breaking up like you had something formal, but most of the time you're still getting to know him. Think about it. Have you ended your longest-lasting relationship for things like those? Okay, sorry, I've not found the right word or whatever, but I'm still sorely disappointed. Meanwhile, the Horde's like, yeah, this is great! This is the best game ever! And at least I'm trying to get some action. When was the last time you spent the night with someone else? I don't know. It's been at least 4 days. That's how long I've been playing this character. Last night. Your cat doesn't count. A year ago. It was messy. See? I mean, I have no idea how you deal with that. If I were you, I would have pushed... Boy Toy over there into a closet ages ago. Boy Toy? People have different needs and priorities. Yes, but don't you miss having the warmth of someone else at your side? Using them as a pillow, mixing your perfume with theirs, putting your head on their chest, listening to them breathe as they pat your head, dozing off knowing they're there, watching you, protecting you. Jill? Anything I can say to make you shut up and drink? I'll have you know my Uncle Juan taught me ventriloquism when I was 12. Drinking won't stop me from talking or making tasteless puns for Aunt Rosa. Still, give me something weird, would you? Weird? Yeah, something uncommon, experimental. But first, a donation from Mr. Red. For Empire of Sin. Thank you, Mr. Red. Always. Yeah, I heard a lot of bad things about Empire of Sin at launch, which made me sad. Did you know the reason Platty put that on the list, because she's the one who put that on the list, was because I said I was interested in it. And she wanted to put it towards something that had caught my interest, so... Anyways, before I get myself any more depressed than I already am. I have no idea, it's Resident Evil. I almost called you Resident Evil Taft. I don't know, Zach Taft. I was thinking about doing a Flaming Moe. I'm so sorry, Krenzler. Secretly, I'm not sorry at all. The FF9 theater really was awesome. I mean, the Undertale theater is better. Better production quality, better audio design, better voice acting. But, I mean, the FF9 theater has FF9 under its core, so that's just kind of... It's got an edge on that one, you know. I'm really hoping y'all like the LTTP one when we get there. Someday. Piano Man. There you go. Yeah, this fits the bill. It's a promotional drink made to commemorate a movie. Read, they leapt at the chance to sell drinks that would be unmarketable otherwise. Oh. You know, your orders are weird today. They are? Yeah, usually the first thing you ask for is a Brandtini, then something like a Cobalt Velvet or something similar. Well, sometimes I feel the need for something different, you know? Something tells me part of the reason you left Damien is because he was too deep into routine. Maybe. Hey, speaking of routines, as a hacker, what's your opinion on the whole Alice Rabbit thing? That's the silence of somebody who just heard something stupid. Stupid enough to warrant the speech they've prepared just for occasions like this. As always, very perceptive of you. Yeah, our wisdom score is pretty high. Maybe a little, Billy. It would be interesting to set up, but I think we could do it. We'd have to map out which route we're doing, which drinks we mix. We'd have to do the drinks very quickly and efficiently. And timing would be a huge deal on the text. But what would make this a little bit easier than some is I could just turn off the sound effects entirely. Like this. And so then I could just redo the soundtrack myself if I wanted to. And if you're wondering what the advantage of that is, it means that if there's a specific line that goes on too long or too short, it would be easier to edit it in order to make it so that it goes longer or shorter without having a jump in the music, right? Can't do that in a lot of the games I cover. Even LTTP has like a text sound for when the text crawl goes on. Yeah, it would also be a gargantuanly female cast. We've encountered, what, 3 male characters so far? Not counting the corgis. It'd also be a lot of text. Like, a lot of text. This is basically just be reading at this point. You know, decades ago, there was this group of people that hacked simple sites with an agenda. Can't remember what they used to call themselves. I just remember it was petty vandalism. Anyway, everyone that participated started using the same name. They wanted to create this anonymous anarchist's identity. The whole Alice Rabbit thing is the logical conclusion of that. It's what happens when that idea reaches its breaking point and goes mainstream. It's no longer a group, but an individual. An untouchable entity watching from the shadows, monitoring and judging everything anyone does. Observing, tolerating no one but itself. A lot of bullcrap for what's essentially a pet the press made up. The antithesis of your usual boogeyman, if you must. So you don't think such a person exists? Don't know, don't care. She's totally Alice Rabbit. I mean, we have seen the actions of such an entity. But it might be anything. An individual, a group, an AI, her. That's not taking into account all the copycats and pranksters using the name. So Alice Rabbit is a thing that exists, but it's also really muddied overall. There's something else that worries me, though. That kind of story always catches the attention of kids and such. They start trying to hack stuff without knowing risks or consequences. Imagine if suddenly a group of tweens broke into this bar and started asking for drinks. That's how it feels to me. That's thanks to that damned Alice Rabbit thing. It is super her! But enough of that. There's a more pressing matter at hand. There is? Yeah, you've been delaying my invitations for hanging out sometime for too long. Oh, that. Do you hate me that much, Jill? Does my presence make you that uncomfortable? No, at this rate, I might just crash by your apartment. That way you can't just say no. Maybe I'll also crash for the night. We could have a sleepover. Braid our hair, tell stories all night, shower together. You know you need some human warmth in that place. She is apparently large-chested. Probably, Sierra Mike. Your chest alone would fill my entire bathroom. Man, you react too nonchalantly. It's no fun. React a little bit. Let me tease you for a second. I refuse. In all seriousness, though, any particular reason to keep turning down my invitations? I mean, it's not a date. I just want to have a conversation with you outside these four walls. I'm not a morning person. I registered for a night shift precisely to avoid waking up early. The earliest I've asked you out is 10 a.m., you know. It's early morning by my standards. Hashtag relatable. I mean, it's not that I don't want to hang out. I just don't want to wake up early. You are hopeless. Anyway, I'm going to need another drink here. Like a big brandtini. Finally! And it has to be big. Just for you. Aged. Mixed. You know, brandtini is such a weird name. Yeah, it is. Oh, okay. Sorry. It was originally supposed to replicate the martini. Problem is, BTC got a hold of a brand of vermouth that was named after a certain automobile company. So in a weird whim, they changed the name. I see. You know, I was wondering. Yeah. Don't you worry about what people you work for might do with the information you provide? Not really. You don't? Do you worry about what happens when people leave this place drunk? Not really, most of the time. Well, neither do I. Why should you? Do you get people drunk? Some say my beauty is intoxicating, but that's beside the point. I get my payment, do my job, forget about the whole thing. You make your job sound so easy. Well, once you understand what precautions to take, it's no problem, and I've always found my job fun. However, most of my contracts are consultancy-based gigs. It's not like every day is a thrill. Do you meet with your client, or...? I don't. It's always from behind as many filters as I could manage. I remember I once did a job where I had a couple of kids relaying letters. For security reasons, right? Actually, because that way I lose a lot less time. I don't have to deal with clients hitting on me or pestering me after the job's done. Yeah. I also don't have to lose time proving my worth because big boobs equals small brain or some stupid crap like that. I mean, protecting my identity is one of the reasons, but the few times I've shown myself, they weren't even risky or dangerous jobs, just run-of-the-mill security checks. I don't know, maybe I need to show them what maybe I need to show up as a disheveled nerd or something, give them what they expect to see. Or I just don't show up and save myself the trouble. All the questions. Just things I've been curious about and always forget to ask. So many Alice Rabbit headlines have had me wonder about the hacking business, too. Oh, I'll remember to ask you things next time, then. Oh, I'll talk to Millie. Bye. Bye, Alma. Hello, Sugar. Ow! Hello, Mr. Donovan. Like my pop used to say, never touch the ass of a woman with metallic arms. I think it's more like plastic and carbon fiber. They're hard as hell, and that's all my abdomen felt. Do you normally greet people that way? I'm a man that can't contain himself when he sees something he likes, kid. That's called self-control. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. Oh, but don't worry, you're safe. You're flatter than a field at my summer house. Bit of advice. You shouldn't provoke the one serving you drinks or food. Hey, I said that earlier! Jill, stop being me. I'm gonna give away my secret identity as a flat-chested woman who is in no way cybernetic or an alien. Thank you, Narset. As always, I will jot that down for Dungeons 3. Don't be offended, kid. You have your audience. I'm just not part of it. Today I'm making this a quick one. Gotta tend to business in a while. Having said that, I'll just have the usual. Which is a beer. Is this the guy I'm doing anything special on, or am I just giving him a big beer? I'll start doing this while I wait. Okay, this is not the guy. 8. Mix, done, go. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it, Ceramic? After the break. Got it. Sure, this'll work. What brings you today, Mr. Donovan? That girl I interviewed yesterday is coming in again in a couple of weeks. So I was working to clinch an exclusive interview. Did you succeed? Who the hell do you think you're talking to? So many jokes. I'm Donald D. Donson. I always get what I want. You know, I have here an NFT, that a signed document here. Check this out. This document says that you own exclusive rights to every pellet in my shotgun. Sure, I had to blackmail the editors of the other outlets, but the end result's what matters. I see. Wait, blackmail? You'd be surprised at the kind of stuff you find out when you get the right people drunk. Huh? Hey, the signature on that glass over there. Oh yeah. That large-chested Lilith was here? She came yesterday before the concert, yes. Anything juicy come out of her visit? No. Gossip-worthy? No. Tabloid-worthy? No. Come on, has to be something. Well, her love for what she does is so honest and pure that anyone who tries to ruin it should be ashamed. Ah, don't give me that crap. Throw me a bone here. Anything. I've got nothing. Everyone has a price. How much for you to spill the beans? I'm serious. She said nothing that could be used against her, or that you didn't already know. On. Say, are many of your interns women, Mr. Donovan? All my interns are women, kid. Women are amazing. Wait. Every single one of them. It's a pack of hungry, desperate, wolves. Why only women? Did you ever watch Race for Hope? The movie? Yeah. Movie about a journalist looking for clues regarding a murder. That tacky movie had everything. Romance, action, dog with sunglasses. It also sold this weird, fantastical image of what journalism is. I'm guessing lots of girls saw it in high school and wanted to become journalists. Now I have to deal with that crap. How can you be so sure? My first brother-in-law was a doctor. He said he had a couple of years after the Emergency Heart movie. All his interns were women for a long while. And this is why you don't let brats that barely understand what responsibilities are pick a career. Do you perhaps know a girl named Kimberly LaVallette? Doesn't ring a bell. Who is she? Nobody. Forget I said anything. Any interesting preview of tomorrow's news? You expect me to share my information when you wouldn't share your scoop on the singer? How can I share when there's honestly nothing to share? Uh-huh. I'm gonna be a good citizen today and let this one pass. Have you ever heard of a group called the Harbingers? Yeah, I think so. They talk a lot about being our genetic destiny or something like that. There's some group wanting to overthrow the White Knights. I read their manifesto in the bathroom once. Interesting piece, and even better makeshift toilet paper. They talk about how the organization corrupt, full of mob bosses or something like that. I think I've heard that somewhere. What of them? Well, they have sent a message to their outlet saying they have proof of their claims. That they're going to release it to the public tomorrow. Well, that's the 16th, not the 17th. You can't release it on the 16th. Oh, that'd be interesting to see, I think. I know, right? Alright, kid, give me a Bleeding Jane so I can call it a day. Okay. I'm going to give you a big Bleeding Jane, because I want your money. And also, screw you. Blend. Yeah, I think they were just making it up, hazardous. I think it's really just the some kid. There you go. Simple enough for you, I see. So, I've heard this is Dana Zane's bar. Is that true? Yeah. Never thought I'd hear about the undefeated of the West again. More so after that incident with the Bears. She's definitely a solo. She's out running some bears? 6 years ago, a cash-strapped Dana Zane entered an underground ring for money. Depends, Jesse Ward, but yes. Faced 10 enraged grizzly bears. Beat them all without killing them. I heard she set him free afterwards, too. And you were there? I was drunk and bored. What can I say? Do you know if she lost her arm there? Can't remember. Too drunk. Maybe she had a prosthetic then, too. I heard someone there suggest that she lost it after throwing a baseball out of a stadium. Threw it so hard her arm fell off. That sounds more like an unsubstantiated rumor. More like something she made up. Well, I gotta go. Next time you see Dana, tell her thanks for winning me my second yacht. I knew betting on her was the right choice. Yeah. Hey, Andrew. I've been thinking about the drink system. Yeah, no kidding, Sierra Mike. I mean, we all talk about how horrifically dangerous bears are. Even in fiction land, a bear is not a small deal. Never mind 10 of them. Oh, no doubt, John. Yeah, bears... Oh, sure, whatever. Ah, boss, you're back. Yeah, sorry for not being here earlier. What are you doing? I had a brief meeting with my BTC regional manager. Oh, everything alright? As alright as it can be, considering we're closing eventually. When will that happen? I don't know. Brian said it'll be safe for a few months while the paperwork is filed and everything's being put in order. I was also talking to him about you. About me? Yeah, I was telling him to do whatever it takes to ensure you don't spend too much time without a job. If possible, to reassign you ASAP after closing. Hey, if it helps, Brian might be the angriest of us all. They want to close the only bar in the whole area that hasn't given any headaches, he said. What about Gil? Yeah, he's the one that worries me the most, actually. He's kind of working using the credentials of another guy that was working here before. Ooh. The one who bought a levitation potion, threw himself out of the building? Ah, yeah. You use weird euphemisms, boss. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that Gil will find a job after all this. Just who is Gil? I have an idea of who he is, but I'm still putting the pieces together. Anyway, back to work. Imminent closure is no excuse to slack off. You guys do know I can hear you, right? This place looks familiar. It's... I have no idea what I'm looking at. Okay. So, yep, nope, alright. The eye is what bothers me the most, though. Excuse me, is this VA-11 Hall A? It is indeed. Welcome to Valhalla. I'm trying to figure out what's going on behind her. Like, this is just kind of normal, but I can't... Is this cloak? Scarf? I don't know what I'm looking at. Hi, Chris Vilker. Thank you. Always. That's hair? If you know what you want to put that towards Chris Vilker, please let me know. Times Squared. I remember that one. Oh god, what is Say planning now? Excuse me? I want a drink whose name was changed after many women protested. Can you get me that? Actually, I do remember reading that. There it is. Pretty Woman. Is this right? Because I actually read these. Y'all think I don't pay attention. I may miss stuff, but I do pay attention. And I know I can't overcharge on this one, so I won't even try. Age, mix, there you go. There you go. Interesting. Very nice. Thanks a lot. So, you know, say, Miss... I'm Stella Hoshi. My pleasure. Yeah, I know her. She's been here before, yes? Yep. In fact, I'm glad you know her, because she left this here last time. Helmet. Oh, God. She left her helmet behind again? Not the first time, huh? Her helmets have been picked up by all sorts of people in the last 3 months. Valets, nurses, morticians, fire jugglers. She's been lucky enough to always leave it with people who return it, at least. Yeah, that's because she's a bright and joyful beacon of hope in this universe. People gravitate towards that. No, really. Oh, quite a few people. Say is as much of a sociable girl as she is a total klutz. At least when she's not being serious. She's very competent when she puts her mind to it. I see. So did she recommend you to this place, or... We're meeting here today. I can see why she chose this place. It's the kind of place she likes. Say, is that Kira Miki's autograph? Everyone notices the stupid autograph. Yeah, it is. How'd you get it? She stopped here yesterday just before the concert. And yet none of them succeeded, Dr. Winter. I like the expression there. Really? I mean, she did? Yeah, nice girl. Can I see it? Sure, nymph. Sure. Yep, this star-like signature is hers. So your name's Jill, then? Yes. Ain't this nice? There you go. Fallout New Vegas. Done. So... that would take so long to set up every morning. I feel bad for this woman. Do you like her, Miss Stella? Just call me Stella. I do. Whenever you hear her song, you're filled with so much energy and happiness. I hear she even opened with a new version of Shine Spark. That has to be a Metroid reference. You know what, that's actually a valid point, Cyberpunker. I was just talking earlier about how there's actually, in the Cyberpunk PNP setting, there is controllable hair. You actually get it installed one hair at a time, and each hair can be controlled individually, so you can shape it however you want, and each hair can be any color you want. And I've gotten that hair before. I'm so vexed I couldn't purchase a ticket for this one. New version? Yes, I heard a leak from the event. It felt more... how to put it? Hot-blooded. Of course, I don't know what that is, Javin, but that's probably an anime thing. She definitely took the dark act too far. Oh, excuse me for a second. Hello? Where the hell are you? Where are you? Car crash? Oh, you're helping. Will it take long? Yeah, don't worry. I'll take it that was Say. Yes. Will you wait for her? I will. In the meantime, I feel like having another drink. One that was prepared in memory of its creator's dearest friend. I don't remember that one. And that's because none of those mention it. I thought it was Piano Man, but at the same time, that's something she mentioned, not something this mentioned, so I figured it wasn't it. Thank you, Ciela. Always. And I will put that towards the Homeworld block, for Nymph's request. That's funny. I thought it was Piano Man. You saw me hesitate there, right? And then I read it, and I was like, well, nope, that's not it, and I just moved on. Well, she's a friend of Say's, so I'm not going to overcharge her, else I don't think I can. Yeah, I can't. That's way too many ingredients. Is this the one you had in mind? Yes, exactly. Thank you. May I ask you something that might be personal? It's about my eye, isn't it? No, it's not. At least I don't think so. I don't get to serve many cat boomers, so it's something I've been curious about. Did you go through the procedure because of a disease or because of the fad? Before I was born, I was diagnosed with nanomachine rejection. Boy, that sounds familiar. So, it had to be done. Otherwise, I would have died shortly after birth. We're going to encounter the Riddler in this one. Okay. I'm a bit on the weak side because of it, though. I'm sorry if I overstepped. I don't mind. It's always nice to dispel the idea that my parents were just into the fad. You seem to know your drinks, Jill. So, hang on. I can actually check something right now on that. But I think I'm going to say no, Jesse Ward. Give me a moment, though, okay? Let me double check something. It has gone down in price, it looks like. So, funny thing, Jesse Ward, I actually was going to get into the White Knight Chronicles series, but when I was looking, it was in the hundreds range. It's gone down a bit now. God damn. Thank you, Jesse Ward. I'll have to get a copy of that now. Come on. Lord of 6. I assume you want both games to be played. A friend of mine suggested it, Jobin, although that was the Vita version? I think? Anyways. Well, I guess I've read up a bit more than the recipe book. Do you like alcohol? Yeah, but not in the usual way. I don't drink that much outside of canned beer. Blue. But their colors, stories, the way you keep them stored, their designs. It's a bit silly when I say it. No, there's a lot of chemistry that goes into alcohol. It's actually kind of fascinating. I don't know. Do you collect them or anything like that? Actually, yeah. I started with my grandpa's collection. I've been slowly growing it. It's a little hard because of my debts, but I managed little by little. Do you like alcohol, Stella? I'm here, right? But I'm normally more of a social drinker. Someone else has a drink, and I say, so shall I. Unless it's with somebody, I don't tend to drink much. I see. Sorry I'm late. Welcome. I say, took your sweet time. Ah, gotcha, Dream Whisperer. I was about to ask what you meant by that, and then I realized what that meant. I'm sorry, dude. I hope you're doing okay, though. And I hope whatever happens, it just kind of goes through nice and smoothly and quickly. I got caught in rush hour traffic, too, and figured walking might be faster. Luckily, there's a building with emergency stairs nearby, and I climbed down. Climbed down? Took an air cab. Oh. I would suggest using ground transportation, but I'm happy to see you put safety first. Safety? No, flying cars are just way cooler. Still don't understand how they don't give you motion sickness. If I find out how to avoid it, you'll be the first to know. Dramamine. Anyways, I'll have whatever she orders next. I'd like a drink that was... You're at it again? You and your cryptic orders always leave with this weird stuff. Hey, I expect only the best from whoever serves me. They need to be able to answer these kind of orders. Still, I'm sure that you're wearing poor Jill out with that kind of stuff. She's done quite well so far, actually. Really? Thank you. Whatever. Please order something normal, would you? That'll be 2 fringe weavers, then. You'll have 2 drinks at once? No, we're sharing. What, like half a glass for each? Isn't it better like 1 for each? Don't worry, you'll see. Isn't Fringe Weaver the, Yep, that's the very alcoholic one. I wonder if she has a learning disability. Hey, I mean... Normally I wouldn't ask, because usually these kind of characters are just quirky because it's part of their character, but... I don't know. Alright, so. Not going to double charge again. Because they're awesome. Age mix. Boop. Go. You know, it just occurred to me, like, I'm only overcharging one dude so far. You notice that? I need to not like more of these characters so I can overcharge them more. I need more money. 2 Fringe Weavers. So, this one's for you, and this one's for me. You said you wanted whatever I asked for, right? Oh, that way. You could have said so earlier. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Here. Hey, so this is where I left my helmet. Thanks. You really need to be more careful with your things. Yeah, but I have spares. Those spares should be saved when the one you're using breaks or malfunctions, not when you use it. Lose it. Those helmets cost money, you know. Yeah, sorry. Should I say the boss got her head stuck because of the jammed button? Speaking of money, you still going to the meeting at the bank tomorrow? Yep, you worried? I'll refrain for now. One moment, please. Sorry, paperwork. Yeah, but how does Stella make money? And she doesn't make any money. She's a cop. Excuse me. Let me say that more clearly. She's a good cop. She's a clean cop. So she doesn't make jack for money. So what does she make? It'll be fine. Rumors are just rumors. Rumors? They say something might happen to the bank tomorrow. No, something's happening on the 17th. I keep saying this. But with all the tension in the air lately, it's hard to know if it's true. Yeah, exactly, Nerzas. As if fear-mongering wasn't enough, the people have also started spreading baseless rumors. Just yesterday, I had to stop a group of rampaging youngsters that heard the city would be leveled by bombs. That's a good question, Arian. I don't know. Everyone's on edge. Yeah. I know you're worried, but I have to go there. It's orders from higher-ups. Tell me something. If somebody came after me, do you think they'd stand a chance? You're quite strong, but I'll take something to protect myself. Be prepared for anything. Yeah, maybe you should take my boss with you. Just take her with you. You'll be fine. Would that make you feel safer? Maybe. Tell you what, after I come back, we'll get some ice cream. That way you can vent all your frustrations. Alright. See, seems my vehicle is coming here to pick it up. You coming, say? Nah, I'll stay here a bit longer. Okay, take care. Bye. She's such a worrywart. I mean, she cares about you. I've never doubted. Say, why does my helmet smell like bacon? Bacon? Not that I mind, I'm just curious. Well, you know how some things absorb the smell of what's nearby? It must have grabbed one of the ingredients. I see. Do you believe all that stuff about tensions growing, an anarchist group trying to disband the White Knights? To tell you the truth, I am a bit worried. Even in my division, there's some shady business going on, but I don't want to investigate too deeply. What kind of business? From what I understand, things like working with human traffickers or drug dealers, letting them act as they wish. Some even say the ones that do get apprehended are the ones that have failed them in some way. Okay, I'm sorry. Sierra Mike, have you seen any of Yakuza Like a Dragon? I've only seen, like, trailers and the like, plus my brother-in-law's been playing through it. But there's a summoning system in that game, because it's an RPG, right? And so, you can more or less literally just pull someone out of your pocket and they just beat the crap out of whatever. And so I'm just picturing, I cast Dana! What? Bam, bam, bam! She says that if it's been proven beyond a doubt that some shady business is going on, Zaibatsu... Hold up. Yeah, that's what I thought. Zaibatsu is a Japanese word, referring to a large Japanese business conglomerate. Zaibatsu Corp's main branch would separate themselves from the whole White Knight division. Something about the associates' fear of bad PR resulting from them moving into the BTZ. Sounds plausible. Yeah, their name is Corp. That's why I stalled there for a second. Like, wait. Yeah, it kind of worries me, though, because I really like my job. And I guess similar fears exist amongst the upper ranks. Lately, they seem restless. Too much politics, huh? It hurts my brain. I just want to rescue people and help them. I just want to do my job without worries about politics of any kind. Yeah. What are you doing at the bank tomorrow? My colonel needed to relay some information to the manager, and I was picked up because he trusted me. Well, he said, you're such a simpleton you never give the wrong message, but it's his intention that counts. Finally, the Dorothy has come back to Valhalla! Hi, Dorothy. Please refrain from doing those sitcom-like entrances. You're disturbing our clients. Oh, come on. You know the audience would have gone wild with that one. The Rio River? Really? I mean, actually, no. I think yeah. Yeah, never mind. You know what? Yes, Jovan. Let's just commit to that. The support division will be the says. Dana will be just the main brunt, the elite force. And we'll have a whole bunch of Donovans as fodder right up front. Oh my god, you're right. The Alliance is actually fighting back. That's actually new. I thought it would never change. How dare the Alliance fight back? Yeah, besides, you make it sound like you have a full house. It is uncommon to see you here 2 days in a row. I wanted to grab something before starting my shift. Grab something before they start grabbing me, you could say. Hey, you having a drink? Can I buy you one? Why, yes, thank you. Honey, you should follow her example and offer drinks more often. We'll see. What are you having? I'll have what she's having. Then I'll have the perfect thing. Blue Fairy. Yeah, you'll notice that the Horde is attacking honorably and going for the chest, but the Alliance is being dishonorable and going for the chest. Sorry. 2 Blue Fairies. Still not overcharging. Let's go with no alcohol. Actually, the Horde's going for the neck, if we're being completely honest about it. Aged. There you go. 2 fairies. Hey, this is pretty good. See? And it's blue. Like your hair. That's blue? I believe you. It is! So what's your name, sweetie? Call me Say. Alright, Say. I'm Dorothy. Say. Yes, yes? Say. Yes, yes? Say. Say. Say, why did you just buy me a drink? I just thought you were cute as a button, so I wanted to invite you to join me. Wow, you have to be the first person to offer me a drink without having an ulterior motive. And that includes... Boy toy over there. What do you mean? Trust me, when you work in my field, learn a field, you learn to read cues from everything. And this girl is simple to a fault. Aww. Okay, she's going on the evacuation train. Not sure about Dorothy yet. How so? You're the what you see is what you get type. That look on your face is one that simply sees no point in lying. Coupled with the fact that you're here in what looks like your work attire tells me that you're so married to your job that sex is so far down the priority list to notice its existence. So if you invited me to drink because you found me cute, that's the extent of it. I believe you. Thank you. You say she's the first one, but what about Deal giving you a ticket the other day? Oh yeah, the Lillim with the dogs. No, he doesn't count. He looked like a humanoid mat. Ouch. You seem very perceptive, Dorothy, but I'm not too far behind. How so? I can tell your body's heavily modded with things you shouldn't even have. Look at her face! Your tongue is a BEB-069, haha, with DNA scanning capabilities. Your skin is coated with an anti-radiation finish, and your joints are of premium extra flexible variety. And the most important thing is your hands. What about them? I don't know how modded your body is under the clothes, joints, tongue, skin are merely interesting, but your hands are the MIRD-113 of Realta Industries. A model designed to shoot Class 5 bullets from the fingertips. So, Clause G of Article 17 in the Augmentations and Modifications Law on the topic of ballistic augmentations. Any humanoid or sapient creature under civilian designation that has upgraded any of its person to hold firearms of Class 3 grade or higher will be commissioned for disarmament or sent into danger zones. That's an interesting way to try and discourage armament above a certain category. No, seriously, there's I've talked about this recently. There's a lot of ways to discourage something. Just straight out banning it is actually one of the least effective methods, historically speaking. You know, banning cars is not effective. But charging a lot for tags, like a lot. Some countries charge literally, and this is not a joke, hundreds of thousands of dollars for car tags, so that only the people who are really rich can afford them. Well, then that's a discouragement, isn't it? So, you either don't have this, or you use it for our betterment. You enlist. That's an interesting way to try to discourage that. Star Wars in the EU does a similar thing. Civilian ships, non-military ships, are only allowed to have certain number of weapons under a certain classification. So, if you had more than that, you would have to strip them down to meet qualifications, otherwise you were considered a rogue entity, aka, legally, a pirate. And they deal with pirates pretty harshly in pretty much any era of the EU Star Wars. It's one of the reasons why most pirate careers only last a short period of time within Star Wars. I mean, I would say the dude from Clone Wars and Rebels, whose name I suddenly can't think of, who's voiced by Winnie the Pooh, is one of the few exceptions of a pirate who actually managed to make a career out of it and get somewhere with himself. And even he got lucky several times. Hondo, thank you. Hondo something. Oh no, that's totally forced conscription, that's the point. But it's a discouragement form of forced conscription. Rather than charging you more money... I'm sorry, John, I just realized I'm going off a tangent again. Rather than charging you more money, well, you can not do this, or you can work for us. Have fun. But yeah, no, the pirate, it makes it so that it's actually a surprisingly effective system in its own right, because what it does is it ensures that any low-tier pirates aren't successful. They simply can't make it work because they suck. But the downside of that system is anyone who manages to survive long enough to become a big deal, well, then they're an actual real problem to be dealt with. Yeah, exactly. It forms a barrier to entry. So yes, there's tons and tons of small-scale pirates in the EU of Star Wars, but most of them die early and often. Only the really... It's kind of a self-selecting thing. Only the actually clever or lucky or powerful or organized manage to get anywhere. By raising that barrier to entry, they have more difficult pirates to deal with, but they have less pirates to deal with. And that's the trade-off right there. Anyways, what are you going to do to me? Well, if you meet with me tonight... No, I'm kidding. She would never do that. Yeah, exactly, Nero says, like the Hutts. The Hutts are absolutely big enough in both continuities to be able to be like, yeah, no, we're keeping our ships and we're keeping our guns, thanks. Nothing. Eh? I'm not in law enforcement. I just do rescue. And even if I was, I'm not on duty right now. Oh. I want you to know, though. Or I want to know, though, why go through with that upgrade? The girl's got to take care of herself, you know? So, I don't want to say this, but Dorothy having military grade, because that's what that is, military grade defenses makes perfect sense to me. She's a prostitute in this city. I'm actually in favor of that in this exact case, because I trust Dorothy with that kind of thing. Because she's not going to use it unless she needs it, right? So, yep. Yeah, we actually have already covered her getting into military grade camo tech just to fulfill a niche. Yeah, Yeah, exactly, Alex. So, yep, nope. You keep your military grade guns. I'm leaning more and more towards getting Dorothy on the evacuation ship. Maybe upgrade the chassis. We'll call that the price of admission. I want to be able to deal with things if they get ugly. This is the most discreet mod I had. Or at least I thought so. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, then. Can I give you some advice? I guess? The reason I could tell is it's not the default hand model as your fingertips. The tips are a bit larger to make the cannons fit. You could get a small mod that changes them to disposable tips, assuming they're not being used for self-defense and not regular use, of course. I see. Well, I've got to go. Oh, yes, another thing. If you aim for the legs or arm or legs, once is self-defense. Anything more is assault. FYI. Yeah. Bye, Dorothy. Bye, Jill. Bye-bye. Please come again. Ah, I thought she was going to take me away. What is coming out of your eyes? Those aren't tears. What are those? What is this? Do you have a bank somewhere in your body that just stores liquid? Although, actually, she would need that to make the to make it lubricated for... They would put my mind in a vacuum cleaner for 3 years. 2 if I behave well. That's what happens when you underestimate people. Although I'm tempted to ask. About what? DNA reading tongue? Oh, it's very prehensile. Ugh. Intuitive. Also, it vibrates. Okay. No. We're good. Extra flexible joints? Do you really need to ask? Anti-radiation coating? Hey, my skin's the first tool of the trade. I need to take care of it as much as possible. And it makes me feel so soft no matter how much it's been battered. Dorothy, I've changed my mind. I've got a new task for you, and this will be your price of admission. I want you to write down every single clientele you have for the next year or so, and the past few years. And I want you to tell me if any of them, what they requested of you. So make me a list, Dorothy. Make my shotgun a list, okay? Yeah, then we're going to send in data with my shotgun. Fancy yourself a diviner? Reading people and all? Not really, I'm just good at reading people. Get the Doom Eternal music. It's just, I guess it's a byproduct of dealing with so many people on a daily basis. There's actually a specific term for this. It's like a honeypot or something like that. Like, this is a real strategy that is used to catch people who are beyond a level of acceptability. It's a bit surreal to hear that from Lulu. What can you say about me, then? Let's see. You're very, very, very sexually frustrated. Okay, we found a way that Jill is not me. It's not the act itself, but rather that your partners can't seem to satisfy you on a deeper level. There's an even deeper frustration. Something's happened that's blocking you. Maybe there's someone who you know won't return your feelings. Maybe you were hurt in the past. Thus, your demeanor is that of someone who feels like life is playing tricks on her. Like a dog whose owner never really throws the ball. Oh boy, did I actually hit the nail on the head? I was making this stuff up on the fly. All that was just rubbish, I say, because it's right 80% of the time. Generic crap, if you will. You'd be surprised the amount of sexual frustration people hold. I can't read you, honey. You're too good at putting on a professional face. But this definitely gives me more insight to you. Lucky, lucky. Aren't you late or something? I am. But if you let me satisfy your frustrations, I could stall for some time. Go. Fine, fine. Artificial intelligence has come rather far, huh? One wonders how artificial it remains. Shut up, boy toy. Everything done? Yeah. Hey, boss, this might seem random, but do you remember the first time I came to the bar? When you came to submit your contract? Yeah, why? For some reason I've been hung up on it till this morning, and I just realized why. The visage that you welcomed me back then was Gil trying to pull your hand out of a jar. Oh yeah, that. I can't remember what exactly, but something fell inside and I tried to retrieve it. Just kind of put my hand in, it got stuck. It was a friend's jar too, so I couldn't just break it. Hey Gil, how'd you get my hand out of the jar? A straw and some butter. Oh yeah, clever solution. Yeah, that brings me to the random thought. That incident with the helmet yesterday, the many times your foot got stuck on something if you're stomping in it. Boss, why do you get stuck in so many different things? Uh-huh. Now that you mention it, I remember the one time she tried to eat a big sandwich and her jaw got stuck. That was the incident on the TV. I'll admit the fault with the others, but the TV incident was not my fault. The assembly instructions for the stand should have been labeled their Z and S better. You saw what happened when I switched the S2 piece with the 5Z one. Still, Jill's onto something here. Yes, she is. Now go clean dishes and you can leave for today. I like to think she'll make an effort to avoid getting stuck in things. I want to believe. Everything will turn out alright in the end. Don't worry. Stop giving me bonuses while your bar is shutting down. Jesus Christ. Still, we got our flawless tip. Woo! $800 has been charged to your account to renew your membership. Jill's subscription renewed. She'll have no problem focusing today. Happy not birthday. You really like that website, huh? I have needs. You know, I know I'm not one to talk because my apartment is kind of pathetic, but look at this place. She's got a window and a bed and a TV and this is it. This is what she has. All right, whatever. Totally nothing happening on December 17th. I already read that one. And I already read that one. You wouldn't believe this shocking Kiramiki secret. Today we'll take a look at one of the most popular acts of our time. How did she get started? What's her favorite movie? What about her romantic life? Don't miss this exclusive interview, only on Augmented. Content blocked in your region. Alice Rabbit might be a Kiramiki fan, and who isn't? Everyone loves Kiramiki, and Alice Rabbit is no exception. You might be wondering what's my proof of this not so accurate theory. If you keep reading the film, attack patterns. This is an easy one. I'm getting tired of your crap, Miss Smithy. Crime rate up 5% this month. Crime is up 5% this month, officially making the road to Mega Christmas a dangerous one. White Knights, aware of the situation, have promised to maintain security in all sectors, even though the recent budget cuts have been decreasing the morale of their personnel. Poverty and the lack of opportunity are no longer the main causes of crime. Criminals come from all walks of life. They will murder and distribute drugs for no other reason than the fact that it gives them power. It's no longer about feeding their families, it's about domination. Their entire sector is controlled by these dangerous gangs, and there's no solution in sight. This Mega Christmas will be a very dark one. Okay. Well, let's get into save. Is there anything I should buy today? I could just buy stuff in general, but I got rent due, and I don't know how much rent is. I mean, there's nothing I need here, so... Listen, all I'm saying is Seinfeld is the greatest thing ever. Any questions? Alright, whatever. Let's do it. Friday 16th. Wait. Hang on. None of the other ones are changing. The only one that's changed, and there's only one change so far, is that one. Jesus Christ, 10,000? Oh my god. Okay. Hello. Seems you made it just in time. I think it's just a car backfiring. Really? It sounded more like a gunshot to me. Have you ever heard gunshots? Yes. Yeah, well. See? Sounds like a car's exhaust. I don't know. It's too dry. Yeah, but gunshots give more echo. What if it's a firecracker? Hey, boss. Firecrackers? Yep, a couple dudes ago there was an incident where a dude killed a cop. He managed to slip away because his pistol was mixed up with the usual mega Christmas firecrackers. Nah, it sounded too hollow for firecrackers. Oh, whatever. This is not a morning talk show. I'm not paying you to chit-chat about meaningless things. At least not among them yourselves. Right, we wouldn't want to lose time over a car's exhaust. Hey. There needs to be a random feature for this. Hello. Look for information. What kind of information? What can you tell me about a girl nicknamed Crimson Rose? Sounds like a tacky online handle. Although tacky online handle is a bit redundant. Do you know anything about her? Nope, sorry. I have $80 here that might refresh your memory. Now that you mention, I remember something. Really? Yeah. Now I'm totally sure that I have no idea whatsoever who you're talking about. At all? Nothing. Man, you're a sucky bartender. Not having any info I need. Yeah, I was gonna say, you've seen how expensive the drinks are, right? Well, first of all, why assume I just happen to have the info you conveniently need? Does that girl frequent this place? Is there any proof that I might have the info you so desperately need? Well, And second, you're not going to get anywhere by offering me physical money. In fact, what are you going to do with physical money? Do you want to get mugged so badly? Yeah, well. Moreover, even if I did know something, do you really think $80 is enough? You can do almost nothing with $80. It's not even enough to get a decent lunch. Yeah, that's barely enough for a cup of ramen. For perspective. Which is 60. Why are you scolding me? Why did you call me a sucky bartender for not conveniently having the info you need? Wait, of course, you want all deals to be clean, so you need me to spend money on the bar. That's how it works, right? I spend money, you give me info. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, give me a drink, but keep it under $80. I know a $220 drink I could give him. But let's see what we got. 200, 230, 170. I've seen an 80. There it is, Gut Punch. Is that the only one? Let me double check. Yep, Gut Punch is the only one. Yay. I should double charge him. I mean, I could. But that'd probably be a failure state, so. Fine. What is this? Aged and mixed. There you go. Here. Okay, then. Do you know anything about the girl? No. But you said maybe, maybe not. Turns out, it's maybe not. You were the one deluding yourself into thinking I might know something. And, like I said, $80 is nothing. So, I need to spend more? I'll give you some intel. Spend all the money you want, but I know nothing, and no amount will change that. Can I at least get my money back? Why? The order's right, isn't it? Yes. So, why are you looking for this girl, mister? Vondelay. Art Vondelay. I'm a private detective. That's what I do. And you suck at it. So, I'll assume you're either looking for a missing girl or working for a creepy online stalker. You're assuming the girl I'm looking for is innocent or lost. She's not. She's half of the so-called Reapers of the city. 2 guns for hire that work for whoever's resourceful enough to pay them, resourceful enough to find them, and wealthy enough to pay them. Crimson Rose and Cobalt Lily, they call themselves. They still sound more like teenagers' internet nicknames. So who wanted you to track her? No. I got the letter with instructions and a paycheck. I got an envelope with a giant stack of bills, and now I have to solve a murder mystery. What if it's a prank? It's the money, so what do I care if it is? Besides, considering the amount I was able to cash in with that check, it'd be a pretty wasteful prank. I see. Still, any information or rumors you could give me. They don't have to be related to the girl. Why do you need them? It's always good to keep up with local goings-on. Well, let's see. Sorry, I can't think of anything right now. Most of the conversations you hear in here aren't rumor-worthy. Humor-worthy, maybe, but not much about current events. I mean, at least not beyond what you see on the news. Damn it. What kind of bar is this if you can't gather word on the street? What kind of film noir world do you think you live in? Yeah, this is a cyberpunk world. Get your genres correct. Gil might know something if you're so fixated on finding some kind of info. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you know something that might help me, Gil? I don't. I certainly don't, and I'm offended by the suggestion that I do. He knows something. On second thought, maybe it's better if you don't get involved with him. No, this has been a major waste of time. Here I thought all the noise BTC bars have made lately would be useful for something. Noise? What noise? You don't know? I'm asking for a reason. You'll find out soon enough. Don't worry. In any case, I guess I'll have another drink and leave. What can I get you? I'll have a Grizzly Temple. Sure. And I won't overcharge you. Even though you're a weirdo. Here you go. This is going to be deducted from the $80 earlier, right? No. Come on, there has to be something. This week has been slow as hell. The only good thing I've heard is about this girl who threw herself off the roof of the nearby mall. And the whole thing about a woman catching her midair makes me think it's totally made up. Aside from the rumors that the Harbingers are looking to cause trouble at the bank today, no, not really. Yep. Wait, who told you that? It appeared on the news, didn't it? Yeah, but the name The Harbingers wasn't used. No Glitch City outlet has reported that themselves. There are rumors that someone or something is keeping them silent. And even the international outlets aren't using the name Harbingers. They're avoiding acknowledging the organization yet, for some reason. So you're either one of them or somebody in the know told you about it. Wow, he can be surprisingly sharp. Yeah, Donovan D. Dawson was in here for the last 3 days, actually. Really? Wonder if he'll notice the glass the idol signed. I mean, sure, I can't think of anything that would be useful involving right now, but guess not. Did he talk about anything interesting? Interviewing the idol that had a show a couple days ago. Dealing with messy interns. Par for the course, I guess. I see. That's... Gunshot. It's a backfire. It's a firecrackers. Hey, what do you think that sound just now was? Sounded like something very heavy being dropped. Something heavy? Come on, that's not even close. It's definitely more like an explosion. No, you could clearly hear the clashing of metal. Something that was both made out of metal and very heavy fell down. That's what made the sound. Whatever it is, it's not normal for it to be repeating so often. I wonder if something's happening. I heard there were gang spats going on. Maybe they took the conflict here, which means gunshots! If that's the case, I just hope they don't come too near us. Well, I gotta go. It seems coming here wasn't a waste of time after all. Really? Really, I just have different needs. But there will come a time, a place, when this place might help me. Goodbye. Gangs, then? Unlikely. This is unicorn territory. They've always been neutral and important third party in other gangs' deals. The who, the what now? I'll just pretend I heard nothing. Thank you. You left me thinking about the whole noise from BTC bars thing. What's up with that? I think I heard something about money laundering through the bars. Don't take my word for it, though. I see. I guess I'll find out soon enough. Why are we seeing her chat? I think it's a her. I'm streaming, John, giving you a live video feed of my life and adventures 24/7. Bathroom time and naughty moments are only available to premium users. I can barely just summon her chat. Oh, yeah. So, if you ever wonder why I don't want to have 500,000 people on stream, this is why. Go ahead and read that and respond to that chat right there. Go ahead. I'll wait. It's only $100 a month. Go premium now. Oh, it's only a cup of ramen a... Well, it's like a little more than a cup of ramen a month. It's Friday night, and you all know what that means. It's time for the Streaming Chan's Escapades. Today's escapade is brought to you by ShiningFinger.mo. Leaders of the VR adult entertainment, in case we didn't pick up on that already, VR adult entertainment? Since 2069. Buy a year of premium membership and you'll get a code. Exchange the code for a free trial of VR experience modeled after yours truly. How old are you? Today I picked the shoddiest, nastiest, smelliest, ugliest bar I could find downtown. Sadly, it actually looks half decent inside, so much for going to a crap hole bar that smells like dog urine. Excuse me. But no matter, tonight I'll give you an escapade you'll never forget. Hey you, where's the bartender? You're talking to her. Very funny, where is he, really? Right in front of you. Hey you, the pretty boy over there, where's the bartender? You're looking at him. No way. No hot shirtless guys playing with fire and serving drinks while flirting with you? No sexy, scantily clad girls jiggling about the place. You're telling me you two, just like frickin' waiters, are the bartenders here? Yep. Anybody see my shotgun? Is that a problem? Of course it's a problem! Friday nights are peak viewing hours. Oh my god, it is literally Friday night right now. Well, Friday afternoon. I need something sexy or enticing to keep them interested. I got you covered! Oh well, there's an easy solution to that. No, I noticed it. It's right there. It's covering up the fan. There is. Yeah, just take your top off. You might need to take off your bra, too, depending how the traffic goes. Wait, you're quite flat. Do you even use a bra? I'm sorry, I need to look something up really quick. VA-11 Hall A Jill. Image search. I mean, I've seen bigger, but are you on crack? I've also seen smaller. I've dated smaller. And bigger. So... Oh god, it does say live. I didn't even notice that. Oh my god. Is that piercing glare or no? Tell you what, Streaming Chan. I'm gonna make you a deal. You give me all your viewers, especially the premium numbers, give me their names and addresses and all that fun stuff, and I will spare your miserable life. Okay, got the list. Dana! Come on, one of us is going to have to take their top off, and it ain't going to be me. I already did that once today. It's too late to go somewhere else. By the time I find an even nastier bar, they'll be closed. By the way, notice she's heterochromic. What's your policy on wearing pants? Somebody tried to have me fired for wearing a skirt, so we deal with that on a case-by-case basis. That's not a concrete answer. I need a binary yes-no answer. My viewers have the attention span of fruit flies. I can't say anything. I have a legitimate, professional, and personal opinion that the overwhelming number of typical stream viewers on any service, not just Twitch, have the attention span of fruit flies. Now, there are obviously exceptions. In fact, I would say there's a lot of exceptions, but percentage-wise, if you're calling... If you're coming down to numbers, I literally have the metrics to prove that. Thank you, game, for reminding me why I appreciate those people over there. Apparently, Jesse Ward. Jesus Christ. If they wanted to use their brains, do you think they'd watch something like this? I need to keep them entertained. And the fact that you still have your shirt on isn't helping. Man, I'll take my shirt off. God. Hang on. Let me just... I've got this. I've got to take everything. This is going to take forever to take this off, okay? Wait, I know. Give me a drink. A big one. The nastiest one you can think of. Hello? Service here, please. Wow, it's like my brain shut down. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I was actually about to say, let's give her the super booze. So what you're saying is I should start every stream by saying, hey, if you give me money, I'll do this terrible thing. Give me money, and then proceed to completely ignore my audience immediately thereafter. Why is this crap still on my screen? Oh yeah, no, we're double charging the crap out of her. So it's this one, right? Yep, that's the one. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Aged. Mix. Enjoy. What, Alex? What, Alex? I don't have the attention span! I don't have the attention span, Alex! Okay. We'll do a Piano Man instead. Okay, unfortunately, that means I cannot actually overcharge her this time. There you go, Piano Man. Here. Alright then, cheers! I don't think you should chug it down so quickly. It's like it hit me, but I didn't feel it until a few seconds later. Is this what being kicked in the balls feels like? Yep. Okay, I've decided. I'll just get really wasted. It's gotta be fun, right? Say so. Anime was a mistake. Okay, in the meantime, what can you tell me about this bar? What do you mean? Weird stories, fun stuff, interesting facts. You're being seen by an average of 6,000 people. That's it? Make their time worth it. Let's see then. Last weekend we held a party for the Cypher Toy Company. And it's a company run completely by dogs. Really? This place is completely overrun by corgis. Wait. Corgis? Did you really serve drinks to corgis? All of a sudden, everyone's a big fan of VVVVVVV, which is a good game, by the way. Tuxedo-clad, talking corgis, yes. Wow, awesome! Wait, you're not crapping me, right? I wish I was, trust me. What else? Let's see. Donovan D. Dawson from the Augmented Eye was here for 3 nights in a row. That perfumed, chauvinistic bastard? There's that word again. Just the other day, someone from the Augmented Eye interviewed me, actually. What did they ask? Oh, the usual stuff. Who was I? What I did? Future plans. What's your inspiration? The one that interviewed me was the small meek girl in glasses. She seemed a bit bitter, though. I wonder why. Small world. But enough about that. Wait, can I see that glass over there? Yeah, sure. The signature. Is this Kira Miki's autograph? Yeah, she came here before our last concert. Get out, really? Is this some kind of secret hidden bar of the stars or something? Not really. We're just in the right place at the right time. What kind of person is she when she's not on stage? She's actually pretty cool when she's not on stage. Speaking of which, I need to make some notes here. I've tried to get a meeting with her. She always seems willing, but she's always busy. Nice girl, actually. She seems to be completely invested in her work. She loves what she does, and it shows. You'd think she'd be some sort of diva, but as far as I'm concerned, she's one of the nicest people I met. I knew it! I knew she was nice! It's not bath time. Her passion shows at her concerts. You know, she's so spontaneous. Her performances are never the same. Every time she sings Shine Spark, I feel like my soul is warming up to a high-performance computer. Hang on. Do I have Shine Spark right now? Probably don't. Nope. Alright, whatever. Shine Spark! I find myself singing it in the shower all the time, while streaming myself being in the shower singing. Who would watch that? And those who pay premium can hear me sing every day at $100 a month. Go premium now. I wouldn't watch that for free. That aside, I was about to call bullcrap on what you said. But I guess you do have some sort of proof for everything. Can I keep this glass? No! Pretty please? No. Whatever. At least this bar might be more interesting than I initially thought. One thing I'd make it perfect is that pretty boy over there had a pass with the KGB. Yeah, that'd be crazy, huh? Are you gonna order anything else? What? Oh, yeah, the whole getting wasted thing. I heard of a drink called Bad Touch. Give me one of those. A big bad touch. One big bad touch coming up. She ordered double. Don't feel bad about this. On the rocks. Next. There you go. I was expecting something dirtier. We have an olive brine. I could pour you a bit if that's what you want. I like brine. So, there's this thing they sell at several grocery stores. It's garlic stuffed olives. And I tend to sip the brine left over after it's gone. You have to sip it. You can't have a whole bunch. But, you know, that's good stuff. No, not that. It's such a dirty name. It feels like the drink ought to come in a phallic glass or be this thick white liquid. That'd be skyrocketed the watches at least threefold. Don't you have anything like that? Gil, I think Streaming Chan here wants to give you a blowjob on camera. Would you come over here, please? I'll just have to make do with the condensed milk when I get home. You just drink Okay. Friendly reminder that today's escapade is brought to you by the ShiningFinger.mo. Leader of VR... What's the deal with that VR experience? Well, a fan-made and an NND model. NND? When Shining Fingered asked me about a model for our partnership, I just contacted him. He got money for polishing the model a lot more, and I got my partnership. We all won. I even got him a year of free premium membership and a VR set. No, yeah, like, she's not stupid. I don't like her. But, yeah, this is someone who is... mercenary is a great word. This is a, part of the problem. That's how I want to phrase that. Not the root of the problem, but definitely part of the problem. That's nice. Wait, what's NND? Don't tell me you haven't heard of the Niku Niku dance. I asked for a reason. It's music videos with 3D models. Yeah, that sounds like a good enough explanation. I see. To be honest, though, the model's a bit meatier than me. Not that I mind it, though, considering the use it gets. You know, I was expecting you to be more scared when I said you're being watched by a lot of people. It's hard to be scared when you can't see those people. So I've only rarely been in front of a camera with, like, 1,000's range audience. But I can attest from people who absolutely seize the hell up during, random example, GDQ events, that no, people do have the cognizance of being in front of 20,000 people watching them. They're still there, you know. Sure, they're behind screens and sometimes in opposite corners of the world, but every single one of them viewers is a real person with a real life. Debatable. Not being here doesn't make them any less real. Debatable. I understand, but it's just not the same. They're not here visibly paying attention to me. True, Davin. And I admittedly don't have that problem either, but I'm a massive extrovert who likes being on camera. I don't get paranoid because of my phone contacts. That's true, I guess. So tell me, what made a lady like you become a bartender? It's not exactly an exciting story. Does it involve a man? No. What about a crime? Nope. Childhood promise? Nah. Religious vow? A what? You're not going to tell me that you just quit out of the just blue, decided to quit your job and start bartending. That's actually what happened. Sorta. Once upon a time, I was a punk! Quick, what class do you think we'd be in Cyberpunk, for those of you who know? We know what Dana is. She's a solo, straight up. But what would we be? I can think of 2 classes I think would fit. Oh, come on. No epiphany, quarter-life crisis, not even a hot teacher somewhere along the line. Life isn't always a young adult novel where every decision is a road cone. And that's a problem. 1/3 of my audience are teens that shouldn't be allowed to watch my streams. Throw me a bone here. There must be a nice mystical story you can tell me about yourself, Miss Bartender. I see several people who agree with me that she would totally be a corpo. If she had a class. If there's a Cyberpunk class. My other thought was a rocker, but the problem is rockers have another caveat to them that she absolutely does not have. So, I lean towards corpo. Yes. Probably ex-corpo, actually. Sometime after I started working on an interesting client. He was a DRK-S0L, a really old Lilith model. Apparently his power supply was running low. His charger was destroyed and he didn't have the money to buy upgrades or replacements. He also seemed to have neglected his maintenance. He was from the time when the collective source wasn't a cloud storage system, so he couldn't be uploaded there once his body ran out of energy. Keep going. Then the Alliance beat the crap out of the Horde. It was weird, you know, he was only Lilim I've seen with a clear-cut fear of mortality. No transcendence for him. He would disappear once his battery ran out. I miss short hair, Streaming Chan. How many of you want me to grow my hair back? I mean, I want to grow my hair back. It's like knowing you'll vanish while everyone else passes on to heaven, he said. Oh, man. I guess he felt bad about burdening someone else with this problem. So he went and gave me a fingertip of his that fell while we were talking. Before he left, he said, if you remember me, maybe part of me will transcend. Bravo, bravo! Touching, full of feeling, completely awesome. I'd pay to see a movie like that. So what happened to the finger? I made a pendant out of it. I carry it with me at all times. I was going to say, I was looking at a picture of her a few seconds ago. Okay, it was longer than that. And yeah, she does have a pendant in some of these pictures. Did not think that was a fingertip. By the way, apparently there's a Jill, what do you call that? Virtual avatar thing? VTuber? God, I can't actually remember the name. You know what I'm talking about. Even while bathing? Almost all the time. Now that I think about it, how do you handle a stream if you want to watch a movie or something? I have a plugin that lays mosaic censorship of what do I watch on the TV or theater. Correct, Lord Harriman. I can't do it until I'm there. So if you ever see me with long hair... Okay, this is getting stale. I'm gonna heat this up even if I have to do it myself. We need to drop a cow in here. Miss Bartender, get me drunk. I don't care. Just do it. Okay. So, this is the Mega one now? The F thing. Fringe Weaver, that's the one. No, I do not, Alex, but I am actually aware of the fact that there's a crossover. I just didn't know it was a mobile game or anything about it whatsoever. Alright, enjoy. This extraordinarily alcoholic drink. We're about to base Delta Zero this person. Enjoy. Oh my god, look at her face. Clumsy tongue. His palm sweaty, knees weak, arm spaghetti. Can't feel my legs. Can't feel my legs. Alright, let's get on with the lewd stuff. First, I'll have to guess your bust size. My chest is huge, thank you very much. I must worry, we have a 90% success rate with this. I wonder if women with large chests have similar problems. Sorry, it's hard to get shirts that fit me. One of the reasons I usually wear shirts that are actually 2 sizes too big for me is just because of my chest. Even this is an extra, extra large just for the chest, and you can see how it's just barely sticking out there. Whereas down here, if I was to show you, it's sticking out, I know you can't see it, but it's sticking out like a good 7 inches because it's just, I'm wearing a smock, basically. Anyways, please join me on my OnlyFans, where I'll be stripping nude while discussing the lore of Elder Scrolls. And later, I will be having wild tantric sex with, is she in chat? With Bragwin, while discussing the Warcraft lore. B, not big enough to fill a hand, but not small enough to make you look like a child. Your size B, right? I'm not discussing my bust. What, I can do it? Don't be like that. I can tell you're a B cup. Your attitude makes me think you're an S, and your behavior makes me think your blood type is AB. So, how many did I get right? Who knows? Please let me get on with this. I need you to cooperate if this is going to be a success. Can I ask you something? Finally. What's the point of getting drunk if you're going to behave the same way? I guess it is kind of redundant. Because you see, I'm drunk 24/7. Eh? Knowing people want to watch me do anything and everything. Seeing the viewer count steadily rise as I take more risks and become more adventurous. It's a feeling that neither alcohol nor sex can compare to. Speaking of sex, if I get lucky tonight, you only need to pay $100 to see what happens afterwards. Go premiere or go home. So, I don't know any names, but I was told a story, this is years ago, like 10 years ago, I think, 5 years, it's been a while, that there were several porn models that actually were really into D&D and liked to play D&D with each other. And I was just curious enough to look it up, and sure enough, it's actually a real thing. I don't know any names, I didn't recognize anybody, but I'm just going to go ahead and make this nice and boring. They were all fully clothed, but it was actually kind of legit to just watch them playing D&D and having fun with it. And that's where Critical whatever got started. Anyways. Do you really get lucky if the other person knows they're being streamed? You'd be surprised how many are turned on by that. Critical Role. That's it, Critical Role. How do you deal with people who don't want their identities revealed? Everything's written here. By being captured by this camera, you hereby provide consent to use your fit. Yeah. I was actually just about to say, so I don't really have a lot of issues with this, but did you know that everyone I know who has ever been on voice or on camera, I've gone through a little bit of a, hey, here's a very brief legalese thing, just in case. I'm not sure how legal that is. People believe it, and I've yet to be troubled by a lawyer. It's funny, though. When you're on street, unless it's somebody really hot, you can't recall their faces. But learn their name, and suddenly they're a frickin' snowflake. That's better than all the rest. This is weird. I'm feeling sleepy. You did ask me to get you drunk. Why is it weird? Because I haven't felt sleepy in quite some time. In fact, I've been sleep deprived for a while now. How long? A week. A week? Weeks are the ones with 30 days, right? Yep, totally sleepy. I can feel my eyes getting heavier. And there's this weird lag when I try to move. What's up with that? Anyways, I think I'll take a little nap before storming off and continuing the night. Get some rest, girl. Hang on. Where's a baseball bat so I can have a little bit of fun with that webcam? Jesus Christ. Should I call a cab and risk waking her up? Leave her be. I'd rather break the rules and let her sleep than deal with her again. I'm gonna take a break now. It's been a while since I've needed a cigarette this badly. Oh yeah, there's Jill right there. There you go. Official picture. Flat-chested, apparently. Sure. Ah, the lovely sensation of feeling like you're forgetting something. Whatever. All done. Feeling better. Fresh air does wonders for you. Well, for a given value of fresh, anyway. I insist it sounds like dynamite. No, it was too long to be dynamite. It sounded more like a heavy-duty tool. You're a heavy-duty tool. Yes, I am. Wait, damn it. Oh, welcome back. Betty! And Deal! I thought we were only going to see you in the prologue. I could have sworn that this place looked a lot more pink than the last time we came. Maybe it's the lighting. Hey, bartender. What did that noise just now sound like to you? I say it sounds like construction, but Betty says it's like dynamite or something like that. Not you too. Eh? Do you think it's dynamite then? What? No, I'd say it's a backfire. It's a gunshot. It's a firecrackers! The sounds have been going on all night. We can't figure out what they are. No, we aren't here to discuss that. We're here to... who's he? Gillian. Nice to meet you. No. You have more of a John face. Where was he last weekend? I don't know, and I don't care. I already made amends for leaving me to fend off all those dogs. Anyway, what do you want? Beer? Oh, what the hell. I'll have a beer, too. I won't overcharge them. They're cool. My list of people I'm overcharging is just shrinking. Have you noticed that? Yeah, so far there are 2 people. Streaming John and Donovan. Those are the 2 that I overcharge. That's it. Everything else is too cool to overcharge. And yeah, I doubt either of them will even notice. Here you go. Thank you. Man, afterwork beer is always the best beer. Yeah. So tell me, bartender. Just call me Jill. Jill? That's a nice name. How's business lately? Usual. Wait, I guess you don't really know what usual means for us. We're not the kind to be filled to the brim during rush hours, and we don't have that many regulars. So it's just the same. Nothing's changed. I guess when we came here with all the dogs, it was quite the change of pace, huh? You have no idea. I have a question, Jill. Is it about the girl sleeping next to you? Premium. Please don't wake her up. Do you regularly let people sleep here? No, but I'd rather have her sleeping than talking. Should you be saying that with at least 6,000 people listening? Let them hear. I don't care. 6,000 people? Yeah, she calls herself Streaming Chan. She's been streaming her live 24/7. That sounds familiar. I think one of the dogs talked about seeing someone doing that. I don't know if it's the same person. So 6,000 people are watching and hearing us? Considering the way she's sleeping, they're probably only hearing us. Her camera's against the table. I don't know how many are still in the channel, though. I see. So there will be a lot more witnesses if something's said. Do any of you have a criminal past? No. Just a minor charge of petty vandalism. What'd you do? Painted graffiti outside of my high school saying Mrs. Thompson's a... Why'd you do that? Because Miss Thompson was She constantly humiliated whoever got her questions wrong. Oh my god, Jonathan, that would explain everything! It would line up so well! She also constantly bullied 2 of my classmates. True, I got a week of suspension and had to clean the wall, but it gave everyone the courage to speak up. So how's stuff at Doglandia? Yeah, they're all watching some stream. We recently struck a deal with Farmer Fabrics to start a doggy clothing line. Farmer Fabrics? That name rings a bell. That's the textile company where the owner believes herself to be an alpaca. Oh yeah, that one. We had her come in some time ago. She got drunk and so much saliva everywhere. But anyways, dog clothes? Yeah, we hired some new employees and she showed the higher-ups some designs. After a couple of talks, they decided to give the clothing production a try. Those designs were embarrassing, you know? But something tells me that's why they were approved. You guys want anything else? I'll have whatever this guy orders. Let's see, I'll have a Brantini. 2 Brantinis. Not overcharging. Age mix. There you go. You have such a wimpy taste in drinks, Deal. Not all of us spent their weekends in college partying like maniacs. I should hope not. You're, what, 2 years old now? Actually, not all of us went to college. Yeah, thank you. You missed nothing. Sometimes I wish I could just go back in time and kick myself. Something on your mind? The girl who's designing the clothes. Laura? What about her? She's cute, but she should take more care in her appearance. I mean, right now she fits in that unkempt cutie category so well, it's almost painful. It's so cliched, I can't help but cringe when I look at her. Cringe? It's like when you see something that's such a cheesy movie cliche. You just feel the need to kick whatever the hell it is. Kick? Betty, I didn't think I'd have to say this to you twice in the same month, but you shouldn't kick people. I wasn't gonna kick her. Why'd you think I'd kick her? Because I've seen you kick people before. Apparently unprovoked or due to complicated reasons only you understand. Fine. Guilty as charged. Still, I'm gonna do something about her. I feel like I just need to. It's a matter of honor. Honor, she says. Well, maybe honor isn't the right word, but she has potential and I'm not going to let her waste it. Jill, I'm going to go check with the antenna on the roof. Alright. She's your boss, right? Didn't you meet her before? Nope. I'm just the veterinarian. The dogs are the ones organizing a meeting with her. I'd say she's really good looking, but honestly, those pants rob her of her charm. Betty, would you stop critiquing every female in a 500-mile radius? What do you mean? They make her look too uptight, and at a glance, she doesn't seem like the type. Some shorts or a skirt would fit her better. Well, she wears a skirt or pants depending on the mood. There was this one time where she came in wearing a kilt. The kilt was awesome! Damn, she has nice hearing. She probably has robotic ears, now that I think about it. You have the hobby of speculating what someone's personality is like based just on their looks. I mean, you did the same with Jill here. Amazing. You actually made that sound weird as hell. Yes, I have a habit of trying to guess someone's behavior based on their looks. Don't guess mine. No, it's not a hobby. You made that sound more like I'm a creep. I did? What'd you think about me? Nothing much, really. Mostly you were too polite. Not a natural polite. A professional polite. You're that because you need to be. Yeah, exactly, Sarah Mike. That was it, really. Although, the way you looked at me when I said your boss could use a skirt or shorts was interesting. You seemed interested in what I said. Like you've been crushing on your boss so hard that she's on your frickin' phone's opening menu. You're thinking too much. And yeah, she's totally a corpo. What do you think about Gil, then? He's either a total simpleton or acts like one in a way that consumes the rest of his character. Yeah. Anyways, I'm just a veterinarian. My judgment might be clouded by seeing so many furry businessmen. Let's have another round. Sounds like a good... You'll have something strong. You need to pump up some testosterone into your taste of drinks. I have totally crushed on a boss once ever. This was a long time ago. I shouldn't share that story, because she actually invited me out to... so I was taken at the time, so I said no because of that. I'm gonna stop that conversation right there. Anyways... 2 strong drinks. 2 strong, manly drinks. You know me, Savicom. I'm not a cheater. Ironically. And also, you don't know me at all. But I am not a cheater. What the hell is a manly drink? Oh, where was it? Was it the gut punch? There it is. There's the manly. There it is. One moment, please. Hey, Umbral Magnus. At some point I need to codify. I'll do it after this day ends. Let's do it that way. If I were to guess, I'd say the game hasn't actually started yet. I'm probably explaining that wrong, so I'll try to explain that in a minute. Whoops. There we go. Now drink. Oof. Oh, man up. You'll get used to it. Hey, Jill, has anyone ever proposed to you as a prank? No. You know, you make you think they're falling in love with you just to reveal that it was all a prank. Jill? First year of high school, the guy I had my eyes on the whole year asked me out. Saturday morning, I go to the meeting place. What do I find? A prank by some twits. Ouch. Sorry. The worst part isn't that they set me up, but rather that I saw it coming. I knew that guy wouldn't find me attractive enough to ask me out. I knew they would target me sooner or later just for kicks. I knew it all, so when it all happened, I felt nothing. They just confirmed my suspicions that teenagers are a plague that must be eradicated. Definitely a corpo. Anyway, why the question? Hey, piece of scrap. Yeah. These are the situations where you should have stopped me before I said anything. It's better to learn by tripping yourself. Why the question, though? I was asking because one of my ex's cousins has been hitting on me the past couple of days. If it were somebody else, I'd pretend to be straight with the help of this piece of scrap right here. Sadly, she knows who I am. Worst part is, knowing Vero, she probably put her cousin up to it as a practical joke. Well, I'd suggest telling the cousin she should cut it out. If she feels genuinely offended, they might not have been in cahoots. But I'm just spouting off nonsense based on what you told me. Don't pay too much attention. It's better than my suggestion. What was yours? Waterboarding. Ice. What? The fact that she knows how to waterboard someone is what scares me most. I don't know how to do that, and I don't want to. The Girl Scouts also taught me how to skin a deer. I don't see anybody make a fuss about that. If you know how to skin a person, I might make a fuss about that. You see, it's different, because you have to get the knife in at a... Yeah, but your advice sounds good enough. Especially when you factor that if Gina's being honest about her, she probably won't feel offended. Gina, which one was that again? Blonde, flat as a cutting board, cute as a button. Oh, right, she came to the office Christmas party, right? That's the one. It's getting late, we should be getting going. Yep. Thank you again for everything. Bye. Please come again. Back. Those damned cats moving the internet antenna. Oh yeah, Gil said, some guy I should never tell you that the bunny's late. Whatever that means. Oh crap. Boss, I'm leaving early. If I don't come back in 2 days, consider me dead. Yeah. Should we be worried? Think of him as a kid that tells outrageous stories to get attention and everything will be easier. Besides, he knows how to take care of himself. Yeah. He'll be here on Monday like nothing ever happened. In any case, I'll be back in my office. Maybe now I can finish watching that didgeridoo tutorial. Hello, Stella. Here for another drink? Not really, I was just around the neighborhood and... Anyway, I found this bottle being neglected at my house. And I thought someone who likes old liquor as much as you would appreciate it. Actually, Gillian gives me, I can't remember what it's called, but it's the hacker class vibes. I can't think what it's called for some reason. Decker, I think? Yeah, Stella, get into the evacuation ship. What? Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, they look so young. I actually looked it up. We're playing a 27-year-old. Netrunner. There we go. Netrunner. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Thanks. Well, it's nothing, really. This just in. The Apollo Trust Bank has locked its doors. Hey! God, can I call them? Leaving about 30 people trapped inside. Yeah, I think Decker's from Shadowrun. I think I was getting my terminology wrong. The security system was activated after somebody tried to steal information from the main database. Early this morning, the bank... Oh, God, say! Who, if you remember, is at the bank right now. Or it should be alright. Hello, Jamie. Good evening. Did you see the news about the Apollo Trust Bank? The news flash just ended. Sounds like things got ugly. From what I heard, there was a commotion earlier today. Somebody about the building being unable to leave... Some people being unable to leave the building. Let's hope for the best. Yeah. Gil stormed off just a minute ago, though. I guess the bunny was late. He definitely knows what's going on. Also, I'm not even going to reference the bunny thing. Alice Rabbit. Wonk, wonk. I'm gonna get you. Give me a Mars blast. Coming right up. Whip. There you go. Yeah, that's the one. Mars blast always seemed poorly named to me. Should be red instead of yellowish. I haven't decided yet. He seems like a Thane character from Mass Effect 2. Then again, the whole Red Planet thing is still its nickname. VR. Can't believe I'm... Oh. Hey, who's the girl? She calls herself Streaming Chan. She's been streaming her life 24/7. I'm guessing her equipment's still running, so you might want to watch what you say. Thanks for the advice. Changing the subject a bit, have you been hearing explosions or something throughout the day? I heard the supersonic drone was undergoing tests and lost its course. That might be it. Ah. Hey, boss, the explosions were caused by supersonic drones. That sounds better than firecrackers. We've been trying to figure out what they were all day. Oh, I see. Sonic booms are not sounds people can normally identify. Unless you've heard them, which I actually have. Now, this one drone made a lot of noise when breaking the sound barrier. Is this an area to test that kind of stuff? It's not, which makes the whole thing quite suspicious. Huh. Man, if only Gil were here to have that info. He thought they were gunshots. Are you worried about him? Sort of. He always leaves without notice for days, but he always comes back unscathed. I'd be lying if I said I'm not worried, but at the same time, I've just kind of gotten used to it. I mean, it's a dumb idea, Zachdaf, but... He can be a troublesome man, huh? Sometimes. Say, do you think the people in the bank will be alright? This isn't the first time a bank is closed like that, but something's off about this. It's like the narrative's finally taking off. Off how? I don't know. Maybe it's the hour. Maybe it's the fact that the news is making an unusually big stink about it. Let's hope I'm just overthinking it. Yeah. Are you worried about something? Our girl that was in here yesterday said she was going to that bank. It's not like me to be personally invested in what happens to clients, but... Never mind. You want something else? Yeah, I can take one more. Time for one more drink. Fetch me a beer. Keep it simple. One beer. There you go. I once read that beer played an important part in humanity's history. You have absolutely no idea. Yeah, I'm familiar with the theory. It's an interesting one. The gist of it was that brewing was an important part of society during its development. Drinks were ubiquitous while feasting. They helped to foster bonds and build faction alliances. And be semi-clean liquid to drink. Given enough time and enough beer, larger societies would be born. You seem to know a lot about this. Just enough. Jill, you ever thought about brain uploading? Brain uploading? I was thinking, what's the point of uploading yourself if you're still here? Let's say you upload yourself and effectively that new someone's in cyberspace. You'll still be here. Yeah, exactly, Jarandolphin. Wouldn't it be weird to know that there's a you that's not you somewhere? That's an interesting point. I guess it'd be the same as cloning, huh? Imagine if your cyberspace self found out about the real you somehow. Hell, imagine talking to your other self. There's more. Imagine placing multiple copies of you in different situations. Good night, Jesse Ward. I'm glad you've enjoyed. Exposing each one to different scenarios to see how they develop. I guess it's kind of heartbreaking in a way. Imagine someone with some illness uploading their brain into the ether, only to find their physical bodies are still alive and here, instead of living in a place where there is no disease. I remember an article from a while back about the earliest forms of brain uploading. By the way, this is totally Anna. It would scan the brain in such a thorough and intense manner it would effectively kill the person. It used the words, burn the brain. Ouch. All for nothing, because the data would be broken or corrupted. They halted the brain uploading research after that. I think they started another project about living brains or jars or something. The subject interests you, huh? It makes for a nice time sink when I'm doing nothing. Well, nice talking to you, Jill. I'm here. Pleasure as always. Say hi to Jillian back. Yeah, cool. All done. You want to stay here? Seems the street's quite restless. Thanks, I'll pass. I have to have a couple matters to attend to. You do? Yeah, I ordered a nano camo module for my apartment. Should be installed by now. Nano camo? Isn't that a tad expensive? Yep. To be honest, I asked my mom for it. She had been pestering me about a gift I wanted for Mega Christmas for a while. She's been asking for 4 years now, and I've always said I was fine. So I took her the chance and used up all her past gifts. Oh. Feels a bit weird when your parents asking your parents for a gift like that when you're 27. I'm sure she doesn't mind. So, what will be the nano camo module changing from your apartment? I got the basic plan, walls, and one piece of cloth, so I picked my kotatsu as 2. You have a kotatsu? You know what a kotatsu is, boss? I don't know what a kotatsu is. I mean, futons are common knowledge, but a kotatsu, not so much. Yeah, well, days get cold and the heater might not be enough. And the Japanese have mastered how to live comfortably in reduced spaces. You should invite me sometime. I want to see how you decorate with a place like that. Let's plan a day to grab a beer, yeah. No more dancing, I'm tired. What do you do with her? I'll take care of everything, don't worry. Alright, sorry for leaving me like this. No problem. Oh, gotta go. See you tomorrow, boss. Yay, flawless tips. Money. Money. Money! Jill wants to buy a fan, even though it's winter. Why? Whatever, let's go buy a fan. Done. Alright, let's nano camo. What's a nano camo? Something to liven up things in the room. I gotta do it in here, probably. Incredible augmented eye. Camotan is our mascot. She's designed by veteran character designer Sukaban Games. Likes Musashi Battleship, Tactical Fashion, and Peach Cake. There's Peach Cake? Oh, those are expensive. I've decided to go with the rad one. I'm not spending a dime, though, so I'm not spending anything on anything. So. I'll read these at my usual pace. Yep, definitely. Hey, Streaming Chan! Did you see the last night's escapade? She was at the Valhalla bar. It was alright. Bartender was a cutie, but the man is she full of herself. Don't care, I'm going next week to ask her for a date. We all know you won't. Pretty sure nobody here has the guts to ask someone out. Is she still sleeping? Yeah, the bartender has been telling everyone that they need to be careful with their words. Lol. What if there's illegal activity going on? Like, why would you need to be careful with what you say? Maybe they're avoiding casual racism. True. Still, it wouldn't be rare for them to do shady stuff. This city. At least she's sleeping now. Last time I started taking some rest was about a week ago. Apollo Bank! There's apparently someone in the bank with the bomb. but it's not being reported on. But let's see what the reports are saying. Alarms rise as the Apollo Trust Bank suffers terrorist attack. Well, never mind. Hijacked screens at downtown Casanova announced what seems to be a terrorist threat aimed at the Apollo Trust Bank. The information suggests a currently unidentified bomber is already inside the building. Actual PCs over on the side are dealing with this while we're here serving drinks, because that's the type of game this is. The White Knights counterterrorism unit responded to the threat immediately. However, the bank was locked down by an external network attack. We might be dealing with a dual threat here. The bank has been sealed shut to its own disaster prevention system. However, none of the terminals at the bank were working at the time. The building is basically sealed at this point. The hostages are trapped. Meanwhile, the Augmented Eye is being attacked. Hi, everyone. We take our security seriously here at the Augmented Eye, and we have the obligation to disclose that our recent articles on Alice Rabbit were vandalized by who we think is Alice Rabbit themselves, or a very good impersonator. I want to extend our apologies and inform you we'll be limiting our coverage of Alice Rabbit to just factual news and not entertainment pieces. Pollution to reach historic levels next year. Also known as the same news article we get every year. Even though most countries in the world have adapted their economies to solve the ongoing problem of climate change, Glitch City still relies on ancient technologies in order to keep costs low and profits high. As a result of this backwards policy, it seems we'll be experiencing a huge increase in air pollution next year. Our contamination levels will force the whole population to move away from a lot of areas within the city. The soil is dying at an alarming rate. Having to buy special raincoats and umbrellas does suck, but experts say you better get used to it. How long until someone says pollution is good? There's a book. No comment. Moment, I need to look something up really quick. Give me just a minute. No, I'm not saying anything about the pollution thing. You can't trick me into that one. It's not happening. Interesting. We'll see, Alex. We'll see. You'd be surprised, Alex. Really. Anything can be turned into a polemic topic. Literally anything. I could say apples, and if enough people with enough sway in enough of a category of people started constantly pushing a narrative one way or the other about apples, what would happen is people who are against those people would become against their view on apples because of the fact that they're against those people. Which would lead to that becoming a polemic topic, because anytime you bring up apples, what you're actually saying is you're pledging for a side. You're showing your flag. And that is how anything can become a polemic topic. That does feel like what it's like, eclectic, and that's something I'm thinking about here. Okay. think that's everything. Okay. Is that everything? Let's get a save in. Here. Oh, God. This is going to be like a 4-day game at this rate. Jesus Christ. This is going to really hurt my schedule. Alright, let's do it. Was not expecting this game to be this long. How's the fight going? Huh? I didn't expect you today. I was waiting for you to call and say you wouldn't be coming or something. Things at the Apollo Bank are getting ugly, so that means more people will be looking for a drink. You can take a break, you know. You're quite the hard worker. And the streets are not exactly safe right now. They've never been when you get down to it. No, it's the fact that I'm reading the dialogue out loud, Joven. Allow me to give a demonstration. Let me go through this really quick without reading this out loud, at my pace. She's still sleeping here. We are not flat. And I'm going to go ahead and stop, but that's my pace of reading. Anyways, it looks like she slept here overnight and was actually a little bit surprised that all of her possessions were still on her body, including her underwear and her bra were two things she specifically looked for. I practice every day, Sinister Wing, because I stream. Also, I actually took lessons to read fast back in, this would have been 4th grade, give or take. So. Right. So let's try this rum out. Grandpa booze, let's do it. Alright. So, sorry, this is the drink that Stella gave us. And we're trying it out because we're curious, because we're kind of slow in business right now, and Dana wants to know what it is, so... I'm going to enjoy this in my office, thanks. Anytime. Okay, then. Time to serve mixes and chains lie. Wait, that's not how it goes. No one here to retort. Listen, I'm definitely not an alien android, okay? That's just what my niece says. I just hope the restlessness in our streets doesn't lead to dangerous or weird types coming in here. Okay, I've got seltzer water. I can endure this now. At least I'm about to have seltzer water. Good evening. How are you speaking? Oh, that is a record-breaking jinx. Hang on, go out here. Let me see if I can find this super quick. Super quick. Popularity poll. Here we go. I don't even know who that is. There's Anna. Cute. Why is Gillian so high? Why is Say so high? Why is Alma just a picture of her chest? Don't answer that question. Oh, Jill won #1. Alright, anyways. So, Welcome to Valhalla. What can I get you? I'll have a blue fairy. Don't make a joke about becoming real. Don't make a joke about on it. Give this brain a blue fairy. Do we overcharge? We don't have to give it alcohol. So... I mean, we can overcharge. It's a brain. Let's do it. Let's overcharge the brain. No alcohol, though. Aged. There it is. Here you go. Nice. Yeah, this is the thing. So, how are you gonna... Oh, you can grab stuff. Shouldn't have figured as much. You can drink stuff? And eat. I have the same system, Lilium. I keep wanting to say Lilium. Lilime? There's a lot of ways you can pronounce that. Can I ask you something, Miss... Call me Taylor. Just Taylor. And yes, a cutie like you can ask me anything. Definitely overcharging. Okay, Taylor. Lime? Oh, God. What is this, Imperial? You have to be the first person I've met that didn't go, okay, just Taylor. Nah, too easy. You're a brain in a jar, right? I'm sure not a hologram of that, I'm sure. Yep, I'm a bona fide human brain in a jar. So, how? Why? What, does my handsomeness make you speechless? You're not something a girl sees every day, and that's saying quite a lot in these parts. I do. We did that on camera, Dr. Winter. Fear not, for I have a speech prepared for these situations. You seeing one of the 5 great living bottled brains of the world. We are brains living in conditions that allow us to exist as any other humanoid creature, all while computers in our jars scan our activities. In a slow but steady manner, we are helping the world understand the inner workings of the nature's most complex computer. I'm guessing you prepared that after being asked the same question too many times, huh? Not out of exasperation or anything like that, mind you. I just wanted to have something thoughtful prepared. Look, I even have a couple of pamphlets with me. You want one? Sure. What brings one of the world's 5 brains in a jar to this place, though? Oh, I'm from around here, actually. I just wanted to take a walk for the first time in quite a bit of time. Have you come here before? Sadly, no. Otherwise, I'd remember a cute face like yours. Speaking of which, can I have your name? Jill. Jill? That's a really cute name. Thank you. Say, weren't you scared of going outside today? Well, with the commotion around and all? It didn't stop you from coming here either, did it? Yeah, you're right. It's gonna take more than cryptic but ominous news to stop me. You're awfully energetic, do you know that? Sorry, does that bother you? No, not at all. Just that I figured a brain energy... Do you have treads? Is there a body under here that I can't see because of the thing? How are you walking around? Do you hover? Do you have a repulsor field? Do you have telekinesis that you use to emulate flight? Are you a pony? Be honest with me. While I was alive, my body got to a point where there wasn't much I could do. This new state of existence allows me to accomplish more than I ever could before. Oh my god, stop itching! Plus, I'm doing something that'll help other people in the long run. Wouldn't you be happy? I wonder. Do you want to make me happy, Jill? Depends on what it takes. Don't worry, just give me a beer. Yeah, I can do that. And I won't overcharge him and give him a big beer. There you go. Ah, yes, no matter what happens, beer's always good. Citation needed. It's interesting, though. Just yesterday, I was talking to a client about brain uploads. You were? Yeah, we were talking about how even if you upload your brain, you'd still be here. Yeah, I thought about that, too. Do you think the you in the cybernetic environment would feel like she was indeed transferred? Like, would she remember everything? Waking up someplace else, and so on? That's an interesting question. Depends on how accurate it is. I was actually thinking earlier about being able to transfer into someone else's brain, into a Lilim. Like, Lilim feels like how that should be pronounced, because it totally feels like Lilith, right? Anyways, one of the brains is being used in such an experiment, actually. They can make a functional Lilim. Unfortunately, the wiring and other such stuff makes it look more creepy than anything. They aren't transferring his identity or anything, just wiring him into a body. Oh. You'd think someone would rather do that than float around exposed in a jar. I have to admit the whole brain thing does look creepy, but the body I'm telling you about is just uncanny looking. Speaking of uncanny, how'd you feel when you saw yourself like this for the first time? It was quite a shock, actually. It didn't last long, though. I was never attached to my body. Is anybody? Later in my life, that was almost literal. You know what the downside of this body is? I can't get drunk. If you want to call that a downside. If you wanted to drink alcohol for the taste, there are many alternatives. Drunkenness is part of the whole experience. I have heard that a lot. Why, though? Lilim can get drunk with no problem. Yeah, but in their case, their brain's a computer attached to their body. Getting drunk causes their brains to reduce input to speed to their bodies. Depending on the model, their drunk subroutine might even throw a different behavioral cycle. It's hard to get drunk when the whole point of being into the jar is figuring out exactly how you work. Yeah, you're right. Hey, Jill. Oh, Alma. Just Alma? Where's the courtesy one would expect from a plebeian bar staff? Welcome to Valhalla. What can I get you? Happy? Not when you put it that way. Why, hello there, beautiful. Whoa! You hurt my feelings with that, darling. Sorry, you don't see talking disembodied brains every day. I mean, I did work a summer in Lilim maintenance, but even then those were talking heads. Oh, don't worry about it. At least you're not running or fainting. Your name was Alma, right? I'm Taylor. Nice to meet you, Taylor. Say, Alma, can I buy you a drink? Sorry, I only date people who are at least 50% organic. And have at least one face. I know just what to strive for, then. Just kidding. It'd make me happy to just make you happy by buying you a drink. Does that bother you? I guess if Jill's the bartender, I don't have a problem with that. Awesome! I'll pay for your next drink. What'll you have? I'll have a Cobalt Velvet. And you? I'm fine. You're gonna have me drink alone? I don't want to drink that much. Okay. Cobalt Velvet. You got it. Your drink. Hope you enjoy it. You know, you've been nicer to me in the past 3 minutes than at least 3 guys have been in the last year. Judging from the way you talk, I'm guessing you've been a client here for some time now, right? Only a year and a half. Or excuse me, half a year or so, if memory serves right. Really? One would think it'd be longer. It feels like it's been longer. Shut up. You love me and you know it. So you just started coming here and that was it? Well, the first time I came here, the other guy... Speaking of which, where's Pablo? Gillian. Archimedes. I don't know, adventuring or something. Like, he's a netrunner, I think. I'm not sure. She's a netrunner. Anyways, the other guy served me the first time I came here. Nothing unusual there. The next time I showed up, Jill here was the one serving, and I don't know. I just feel like she gets me. There's this chemistry. We click. We click, she says. The fact that I feel more chemistry with her than many other people is kind of sad, though. It's always good to see nice friendship. Sadly, it's getting late and I've got to go. See you two lovely ladies alone. Bye. Bye. Please come again. That Taylor sure was nice. A bit weird at first, though. Apparently, one of 5 brains being studied by scientists or something. There's a summary of it in this pamphlet. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I've heard of them before. Can't believe I actually met one. Say, Alma, just how many people are there in your family? Just curious. Well, aside from Mom and Dad, with 4 sisters, 1 brother. Funnily enough, we all have names that start with the first 5 letters of the alphabet. So you're the eldest? No, I'm actually the middle kid. So you're the middle kid, but your name starts with A. Don't think about it too much. I never said our order reflected ages. My sister's Carlotta. She's the eldest. Then there's Diana. Then there's Eva. At the bottom lies Bernardo. You've never been alone, I'm guessing. Can't complain about that, I guess. It helps we were never 5 in the same house. By the time Evita and Bernie were born, Diana and Carlota had already been moved. Speaking of family, today I came because I need a break from everything that's been going on with them. Do you live with them? No, but Evita and Bernie do. Not to mention I visit them almost every day. Anyway, my second eldest sister, Diana, just separated from her husband. It's not even been a week, but she's already got some other guy in her bed. She left her kid with her husband's parents and pretty much forgot about them. Never mind the fact that they need to go to school and all that. I'm going to kill her. Diana's life has always been messy, but these days she's really making it big. She wants time for herself to live her life. She didn't think about that when she married the guy at 20. and abandoned her children. She didn't think about that when marrying a guy she'd only known for like 3 months. Oh my god. No, the sister, Loke. The sister. Alma's fine. You should take your own advice. Hey, I've never married someone who could catch my attention so quickly, okay? Sure, there was that one time when it almost happened, but I blamed the damn stadium kiss cam. Kiss cam? Yeah, I was going out with a guy my little sister introduced to me. Seems he was her friend's brother or something. We were out a couple times. He invited me to a basketball game. The mood was nice, but then later the kiss cam focused on us, and instead of kissing me, he proposed. I almost got caught in the mood and accepted. So I take it you rejected him in a stadium on the kiss cam. We went out for like 3 weeks. I don't know, maybe he wanted to get in my pants with the old sex on the wedding night line. But honest to God, can't understand why he thought it'd be a good idea. I can explain that very simply, Alma. Cut to the guy's face. Girl! Girl! That sounds too convoluted, you know? Proposing and waiting for the wedding night just for sex. Never understate the lengths a man is willing to go to get you in their bed. No comment. I've seen more convoluted plots over the years. That's actually true, Nero says. That is a thing. I'm feeling tempted to ask, but I'll pass. Want anything else? What's that bottle? Oh yeah, it's just some rum a client gave me yesterday. A gift? What'd you do? Good enough service, I'm guessing. Sasiku. Kasiku? Interesting name. What's it mean? Kasiku, I don't know, is the name of chieftain in some native tribes. Oh, I see. Do you want me to serve you some of this? I'll pass. I don't have too many good memories where rum's involved. So, do you not have many memories, or... Give me a fringe weaver. Okay, fringe weaver. Done. And we're not going to overcharge, because we do overcharge her. So, yeah, she doesn't want rum, she just wants the mega booze. Here you go. One fringe weaver. What kind of memories do you have with rum? Nothing you need to worry about. Okay. Alright, now's my turn to ask questions. About what? What kind of family is your family? Well... I'm an only child. My mom and dad split amicably. My mom's a violinist, so she was always away from home with the orchestra. I spent most of my time with my dad, my aunt, and my grandpa. Aside from that, I'd say my childhood was quite uneventful. Huh. Didn't you get something like your mom's artistic vein or something? I played the violin till I was around 16, I think. What made you stop? I don't know, I just kind of said, that's it, one day and stopped. What about the cousins or the rest of your family? I see very little of them, actually. Mainly because my dad moved away from the rest of them. Most of my mom's family live in France. So your mom's French? Yep. Can you speak French? I can't do this word, but Mont Blanc est plein d'anguilles. Ooh, what's that mean? Rubbish? I don't know, I can't speak French. I did try, though, but college started and I stopped taking classes. Funny thing, I actually have a cousin from my mom's side that lives close by. You'd be hard-pressed to make me spot him in a crowd. We're kinda lucky, you know? All my mom's side of the family lives here. The chances of me meeting someone I'm related to on the street are ridiculously high. But yeah, that's the primer in my family. Nothing too interesting, sadly. Your mom's a French violinist and you call that uninteresting? I'm wondering if your family has ever made a fuss about you being a hacker. Hacker makes it sound too exotic. It's like if I called you a mixologist. I am a mixologist. Please don't, ever. Sounds like something someone would say to make bartender sound sophisticated. See? I mean, hacker's a good way to summarize it, but it's not the best. I'm a security consultant. We call this white hats. People try to want to find flaws in the security of their systems, and I do my best to pinpoint where it breaks. God, that's long, Mr. Red. Jesus. Be it Glitch City or anywhere else in the world, they need security? I'm their woman. You've told quite a few stories about cracking into databases to retrieve info like some kind of mercenary, though. That doesn't change the fact that hacker is not the best term to use. Makes the whole thing sound illegal when it's actually an honest job. Didn't you tell me you once secured some incriminating pics from a guy's cell phone? A mostly honest job, jeez. What made you become a hacker, by the way? Well, I've always been a sucker for puzzles. Even as a kid, I always had a Sudoku or crossword with me. But at some point, they started feeling kind of samey. So, when I started college, I took a course in the security system. Felt like a kind of puzzle I was looking for. I mean, there's all kinds of things involved in breaching net security. You need to attack the stuff from different angles. And there's always something evolving. The whole point of everything is to strengthen security. Every time you think you got the gist of it, they change everything. So it's kind of like playing an always evolving puzzle. A puzzle I'm helped make harder. Oh, didn't think about it that way. It is less actiony than what movies make it up to be, though. You ever see Swordfish? Because it's the dumbest version of hacking I've ever seen in my life. No real-time frantic typing, nothing like that. Still, seeing my code break through something, it's an amazing feeling. Will you have anything else then? I'll have a classy drink. So I was told I need to do a specific drink here. Hang on a second. There we go. Oh yeah, absolutely, Alex. Have you seen Swordfish? There's a scene where Hugh Jackman, who is playing the titular hacker, like, I can't even describe it. He, like, spins around in his chair, and he's got, like, 6 monitors going on, and he's like, and he's just, it's the most ridiculous thing. At first, I thought he was making fun of it, until I realized that, no, they were actually portraying that as him hacking. Here you are. Yep, just what I needed. Thanks. Say, Jill, what's the worst that could happen if you don't get your drinks right? Well, people have the right to not give me money. If they don't pay for it, I don't get my bonus. No bonus means less money and no tips, which doesn't help because I have to pay bills. No, it's not so bad it's good. It's just plain bad. Hackers is so bad it's good. Or Sneakers is another one. But Swordfish is just plain bad. In my opinion. Oh, I see. Do you have to make an effort to pay your bills? Nope! You have no idea how much I hate you right now. Well, my job plays pretty well and pays pretty well, and I'm not the kind to spend too much on things other than food or bills. Maybe maintenance on my hands and new equipment. Yeah, you notice she has robotic hands, by the way. But aside from that, I have seen pieces of pixels. Does that count? Oh, I know. If you have trouble with your bills, why not live with me? We could be roommates. Yeah, isn't that the bad ending? I remember seeing something about that. Moving my stuff through the stairs because the elevator's broken. Having to move my liquor collection. Never mind the fact that my cat's a shut-in that get very upset the one time I move furniture around. The idea of moving just gives me a headache. You shouldn't take things so seriously when I say them, you know? I don't, but I've thought about it before. I need some air. I'm going to take my break. You want to come? Are you inviting me to the back of the bar? You should invite me to dinner first. Every minute you waste making jokes is time taken from my break. Fine, let's go. Boss, I'm taking my break. Call me if anyone comes in. Sure, sure. Is that Dorothy down there? Cold, 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 cold. Hi, Spirit of Frey. This is probably the only part of the game I actively dislike so far. This interface is clunky, slow, sometimes doesn't even acknowledge clicks, and there's no, like, you know, keeping track. There's no just random. There's no just play it on shuffle. You have to go through and manually do it each time. And if you don't, you'll listen to the same songs over and over. So it's like punishing in both directions. Speaking of which... Sure is chilly out there. Yeah, it's kind of refreshing. The hobo out there seems like a nice guy. Billy Vine? Yeah, he's a cool guy. Very respectful. Apparently he got in some legal trouble, and that's why he's like that. Really? He could also just be a very nice crackhead, though. I have a cousin that lives like a hobo, actually. Really? It's a bit complicated, though. Problem is, his family has tried to get him to live with him, but his pride won't let him accept their help. He'd rather live on the streets for some reason. You can't tell with some people, sadly. Why'd he become a hobo in the first place? Bad investments and debts. Bank evicted him. Oh. It's a serious problem because he has epileptic attacks but refuses to take his medication. Hang on, gotta see how the Alliance and Horde War is doing. There we go. I just don't get what's up with him. I need some service here. Hi, Dorothy. Oh ho, were you two hanging at the back of the bar? What kind of stuff were you doing? Talking. Is that what they call it these days? No, when I was a kid, we called that playing chess. Not a joke. What do you want? Something soft, something sweet. No alcohol, please. Wouldn't it be the same if you just grabbed a soda from the vending machine? But I like you! Dorothy. You dislike my presence so much. Dorothy! Sweet and non-alcoholic. Alright. Hang on. So I think I know what I want. It's this, I think? Yep. That's the one. Even though she can afford it, I'm still not overcharging her. Aged mixed. There you go. What is she crying? What is she crying? She's a robot! Which means somewhere there has to be a basin of some kind of liquid that comes out of her eyes. There's got to be like frickin' lube or something vents that they just go. Psh. Does she just store the alcohol until it comes out of her ears? Or and by ears I mean eyes. I'm so confused by this. No, Alex, that is not an explanation. I will accept talking dogs. I will accept brain in a jar. I will not accept an android crying. Here you go. Like you asked. See, you don't get this kind of treatment from vending machines. Unless you're Lawrence. But he has this weird idea that good service is the same as selling lukewarm cans of cola. Lawrence? Eh, a friend of mine. He's a vending machine. I wish that was a Cyberpunk reference, but I know it's not. You remember the vending machine in Cyberpunk? Anagram is totally a real person. I'm just saying. That's all I got so far, though, because we only saw her during the tutorial and the prologue. How impolite of me. I'm lovely, and my name's Dorothy. Dorothy Hayes. Nice to meet you. Sure, Alex. I'm Alma. Pleasure's mine. Dorothy, you say? Yep, why? Nothing. I guess I've heard about you before. Really? What kind of stuff? Oh, tell me, tell me. Mostly about your pluckiness. And here I was thinking it was because I'm a sex worker. So much for trying to be subtle. Hey, I take pride in my job, otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. Isn't it dangerous? I know how to take care of myself. Yeah, I have military-grade guns in my hands. Where do you work, Alma? I'm a hacker. Really? A full-fledged hacker? Not the kind that sees a computer logged into some account and says that's hacking, right? No, of course not. I've always been curious about how being a hacker works. Do you just start typing really fast while waiting for something to happen? No. I can explain, but I don't know if you'll get it. We won't know until you try, right? Last time I said that the last time I said that, I had to jam the plastic replica of a halogen light bulb up a grown man's rectum. It was a success. Why am I playing this game? Okay, let me try to explain in general how it works. Let's say I have to retrieve information from a company's database. Probably something basic SQL. So first I do some research on the target, what OS they run, the servers, how the information is stored. Again, it's probably SQL. There's been a couple of occasions where I had to go in blind, but they're the exception rather than the rule. First, I secure things from my side, start working through proxies, websites, and find other more vulnerable computers I can find on the way. Anything that's an external connection is something that's a feasibility entry point. This is actually true. After that, I start testing the networks. I go through the basic protocols, known exploits, and as long as they don't trigger any alarms. Once I've tested the ground, the fun starts. I go through all the security protocols and look to bypass them. Sometimes I have to look deeper into the code for the password itself. I see. Then, when I'm finally in, I go and I retrieve user privileges. After that, see you around, Spirit of Ray. I go and try to become a super user and see what I need. That's, yeah, it's kernel or rootkit kind of stuff. How do you do that? Well, there's a couple of ways. I can use a pre-made program to hack into a pre-existing account. I can use info somebody already gave me. But the usual way is a buffer overflow. Yeah. Buffer. What happens next? What happens next? This is worrying me, but whatever. I create a backdoor in the system before leaving and covering my tracks. I can't. I can't handle it anymore. Alma, hack me. Hack me like you've never hacked anything before. Huh? Make my buffer overflow. Create a backdoor in me. Escalate your user privileges. Find flaws in my security. Look at the shape of her tongue, by the way. Sorry, got carried away. What happened? Have you seen those movies or books where a couple does something that looks like paint a picture or cook, but they make it sound like they're having sex instead? Suggestive scenes, yeah. Well, that whole thing was kind of like that for me. Really? I guess humans don't really get it because their minds don't upload to networks or anything, but trust me, if you recorded yourself giving a really detailed explanation in a really sexy voice, you'd make millions. Horny Lilum are an unexploited market. I see. Oh, looks like my ride is here. Hey, Bragwin, I've got a job offer for you. Yep, my brother-in-law came to look for me. Oh yeah, sorry. Let me get my Beth George Takei. Hang on, my throat's pretty hurting already, so give me a second here. Oh my. It's okay. I've known him since preschool. It's just so happened that he got married to my sister. Hey, Dorothy, you need a ride? Can you drop me by 3rd Street? Sure, it's on the way. Yay, I'll take your offer then. Bye, honey. Don't tell her about hacking. Oh, client. Hello, welcome to Valhalla. What can I get? That's a freaking question mark tattoo on their forehead. Okay. Such a small yet comfortable place. Truly an oasis of spiritual drinks in the midst of a suburban desert. A place where lost and corrupt souls can gather to forget their troubles for a while. A nest where everyone from the most pathetic scum to the vilest trash junkie can sit to kill their insides. Is there anything above trash junkie and pathetic scum? Truly a real persona non grata. That's Latin for mysterious place, by the way. I'm so smart and philosophical. Dana! We got another English student. Alright, got ourselves a persona non grata here. What'll you have, then? 17. Excuse me? I said 17. 7 plus teen. What does that mean? What does it mean to you? Just to be sure, 17 is about the drink you want, right? Only if you want it to be. Yeah. Well, my first guess is wrong. I've already proven that. I mean, that's the 17th drink. But my third guess at this point was going for ingredient numbers. That's actually 18. That's also 18. My first guess was it was something that started with a Q, but I didn't think anything started with a Q, so that wasn't it. My second guess was anything that added up to 17, but... My third guess was the ingredients. Whoop, too far. Whoops. Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to have to get something that has optional, but less than 17, and then get up to 17 with that. That's the only way. None of these fit otherwise. Since I don't want to kill him, although that's 6, that's also 6. That's 5. As much as I like killing people. That's 6. So I start sensing a trend here. That's 3. That's 3. That's 4. Alright, we'll go with one of the 6s. But since there's 2 6s, I'll take some advice on which one to do. Because we've got the Gut Punch, and we've got the other one I don't remember right now. There it is, Fluffy Dream. Oh, and also the Crevice Spike. All of those are 6. Sure, we'll do the Fluffy. So, let's see. So we can do 12 plus 5. So, sure. Whoops, wrong button. Whoop, no, damn it. There. Sure. What is this? Aged, mixed. There you go. Okay, explain. The total of ingredients here add up to 17. Beautiful. And what brings you here, Mr. Armandio Virgilio Armandio? They look familiar. See, I introduced myself using the Asian order because that's a lot more polite. Right. It was my third guess, in fairness, Nev. And here I came looking for an otherworldly experience. I was passing by and saw this place named Valhalla. Virgilio! Sorry. I want to see the souls of rusting warriors, the wounded spirits of noble souls. The golden hall full of never-ending banquets, the lively Valkyries looking over them. This isn't Skyrim. We have some arcade machines in the corner. We do? I thought we just had, like, darts and frickin' pool. Ah, so this is based on Sterling. Sorry, I'm not actually sure what they call themselves nowadays. I apologize, but I know they're Sterling. That hasn't changed. No, you're taking me too literally. You see, I'm being poetic. I'm giving a mystical air to a mundane affair. I wanted to see drunk people. I want to see waitresses. Food. I wanted to see the bar in all of its decadent glory. Well, you're out of luck. Today's been quite the slow day. Not that I'm very surprised, given how things have been going in the streets, though. Ah, humans are a nasty bunch, that much is true. Making a ruckus, coming at each other. Ignore what's on the TV right now. But that's to be expected from the only mammal to kill its own. That's not true. I'm no zoologist, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. Thank you. Oh yeah? Then give me an example, not zoologist bartender. Like I said, I don't know exact details, I just know that isn't right. If memory serves, once a lion takes over a pride, every cub born from another lion is killed, or some such. Humph. Takes over a pride. You can't take over a pride. Pride isn't a tangible thing. You need to stop making things up, not zoologist bartenders. But going back on topic, do you know what the number 17 means? Enlighten me. It's the atomic number of chlorine. No, and Chloe is a name, not a number, you know? Did they sign up for this? I'm just wondering. The group where halogens are in the periodic table. Stop making up words like halogens, periodic, and table. I apologize for making up a word like table. Okay, then I give up. 17 is us. Eh? Every human has 17 pairs of chromosomes. That number is the whole foundation of you and me. It's 23. What is? Humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes, not 17. Well, they're both primal numbers. So it's the same idea. Do you want anything else? I'd like a single plum floating in perfume served in a man's hat. What? There. Done. This is my guess. Is this correct? Just tell me straight up. Okay. Here. Ha, you didn't... Wait, you did. Enjoy! I'll drink this, perfume. You don't really have to. Yeah, that'd be silly. You win this round, bartender. Hey, bartender, have you ever thought about death? Trust me, it's all I'm thinking about right now. How? What if we're already dead, both of us? Well, I've often suspected that cyberpunk is in fact the afterlife. What tells you I even existed before I entered that door? You didn't. This is a video game. How can you assure me that this reality is real and we are not, in fact, in heaven or hell all along? What if everything up to this point is just some stupid story written by an unemployed 20-something in his room? Whoever wrote this, don't worry. You're not stupid. I can punch you if it makes you feel reality. I don't actually care about any of that. This reality is real for me, and that's all that matters. Such a closed body. Yeah, that's the funny thing about simulation theory. If this is all a simulation, who cares? It doesn't change anything. You need to get away from the factual facts. Open your mind to things beyond your reach. Picturing the shotgun in my mind. It's just there. It's beyond my reach, but I can see it. I can see. Yeah, no kidding, Javin. You'll never reach enlightenment if you don't start. Yes, I need Kingdom Shotgun! Listen, I'm not allowed to give out kernel access to anybody, Alex, okay? You'll never reach enlightenment if you don't start. The Habanera has started. It means the Twilight of the Gods in German, by the way. The Habanera means Twilight of the Gods in German. Well, you're on your own, bartender. Enjoy your New World Order. So he's either a blithering idiot or a very good actor. A couple of nearby cars exploded, it seems. Oh, hell. Let me take a look outside the window. Be careful. I see flashes in the distance, most likely gunshots. Jill, come here for a sec. What? About 5 gigabytes of reports proving that several White Knight squads have been used to cover illegal actions were released to the public by an unknown anarchist group. We're receiving reports of several... You know, I was actually... I don't want to go into details, but we've talked about the LA riots, because I used to live in that area. By using their weapons to hunt down anyone they find in the street. Several counterterrorism forces from neighboring cities have been dispatched in order to subdue crazed units after a plea from the Vice President. We're still waiting for a declaration from Zaibatsu Corp's CEO on the subject, but until then... I mean, honestly, there's several people I would like to stay to stay unhurt, to stay safe. But Sei was the first person I thought of because she's probably in armor wherever she is. And that's, if nothing else, an identifier. I recommend you stay here tonight. It's too dangerous to even think about going outside. What if they break in? They won't. Even then, the bar has quite the security system. Yeah, around her is probably the safest person right now. Or safest location in the city. I'll be here protecting you as an added bonus. Alright, I guess I'll stay tonight. I'll let you have the spare mattress I have. Do you mind sleeping in my office? No, I guess it's fine. Good. So if everything gets solved by morning, I'll have send Kantao on hand just in case. The metal bat with nails? There's nothing it can't bash! She is totally a solo. Say, Gil, 4. Hope everything's better by tomorrow. Sleep tight, I'll protect you. I mean, Dana's Dana. She's legit. She's actually a recruit. She's not on the evacuation ship. We got a hold of her years ago, and she's been helping us to get prepared for when the evacuation ship shows up. Good morning. It's still 11 a.m. though. That's morning for me on the weekends. And any other day. How's everything outside? Still noisy, but forces have been deployed to take care of most of them at least. How so? Zaibatsu Corp's president is pleading with anyone to stop the rogue White Knights. Neighboring city forces were deployed quickly and have subdued most of the opposition. Yeah, exactly, Blade Torvald. There have also been reports of White Knights just freezing like they were petrified somehow. Did they hack their armor, too? Not yet, Dr. Winter. Not for another hour. Make it sound like some god suddenly decided to put everything in place. Well, I'm just glad no bullets were flying in and out of the whole building. Sure, there's some bad apples out, and it's not really safe yet, but it was worse last night. There seemed to be a civilian force lynching any White Knight they spot. So not only are the White Knights a problem, regular folks are on edge too. Wonder if Say is okay. Should we be worried about Gil? That kid knows how to take care of himself. He's either dead or fine. There's really not a lot of in-between. I'm sure that whatever it is he's doing, he's safe. Dare I say even safer wherever he is than here. For, I think, the 4th time, I keep getting the impression that they wrote the main plot and then moved the camera way over here. And so the main plot's happening. It's written out. It's scripted. And we're just getting little tidbits of it at our little bar over on the side. And I cannot tell you how much I love that, by the way. It's actually the same thing. One of the other visual novels we've reviewed, which is Tales from the Borderlands, had a pretty similar approach, actually. Oh, thank you, Fife. I'm glad you liked it. Other than Kingdom Hearts 3. And I'm glad you liked the lore run. I hope you liked the lore run. I spent a lot of time on that one. I even did it. It's one of the only lore runs I actually did a test lore run of, by coincidence. Sure hope. Yeah, we gonna work today? Things are too nasty. I'll take Sunday off. Oh, alright. Say, do you want to help me get to your apartment? Actually, yeah, I'd appreciate that. Okay, then. Let me lock things up and we'll go. Yeah, the WoW lore run is probably overall my best lore run I've ever done. Even though it's old, the production values are terrible, and I was going through hell at the time. The truth is, that's probably the best lore run I've ever done. So, by total coincidence, Ross, I was living with a friend at the time, and before we did the Kingdom Hearts lore run, he wanted to go through the Kingdom Hearts series. So he was playing, and I was explaining. So I was lore running him while he went through it, and it gave me some ideas of what to explain where and how. And because you don't want to just dump everything up front, right? There's a pattern, a cadence, and you want to make sure certain things are mentioned at certain places, right? And here we are. Home sweet home. Thanks a lot. It's one of the few times we've seen our face. Hey, boss, want to hang out for a bit? Yeah, grab a beer, chill out for a bit. Mostly to thank you for helping me. Well, I don't have much to do anyway, so sure. I did tell you sometime you should invite me to your apartment, didn't I? Oh yeah, you did. What worries me a bit is that the beer always leads to something else. To more beer? I was going to say to one of us going through the Spanish announcer's table. But I think we're safe here. Come on in, then. Excuse me. Wanna? Sorry, I don't smoke. Don't mind me, though. Smoke if you wanna. Thanks. Say, how's the chilly weather treating you? What is with this thing on it? What's with the ticker? It gets cold from time to time, but nothing that Kotatsu and the heater can't fix. Alright, boss, you're not very good with the cold, are you? You know it. You didn't bring your jacket either. Yeah, I left it home. I'm going to the bar yesterday, excuse me. It wasn't that cold and I didn't expect to spend the night at the bar. Would you like a sweater or something? Oh, don't mind me. I insist. I have this hoodie from some time ago. It's too big for me. Why buy it then? It was dirt cheap. Right. Wait, where'd you get this one? Dunno, some flea market. Why? Nothing. It's just like one I had many years ago. What happened to it? Too much use. It just ripped. I see. You can keep it if you want. I never use it anyway. We'll see. I'm to think about how old are you, boss? I'm eternally 17. Fair enough. 17 plus how much? 17 plus I'd have to cut your tongue out if you know. For most people, that would be an idle threat. Let me go change into something more comfortable. Take your time. Say, Jill, there's a blue-eyed mass of black fur glaring in my general direction. Oh, that's just 4. He's just wary of new visitors. Cats will be cats, I guess. He'll warm up quickly enough. Just give him time. He's unusual looking. Blue eyes and a black cat. They usually have green. Yeah, weird, huh? At first I thought they were like that because he was small, but they never changed. Do you have any pets, boss? Back at home we had a bear. What? Good old Bosco. He kept intruders away better than any dog. Yeah, frickin' bet. Right. This picture isn't something you see every day. What? Me taking such a sappy pic? No, a framed picture on printed paper. It's so vintage. Who are these? That's, the one on the right is Lenore, my ex-girlfriend. The one on the left is Gabriella, my sister. Or her sister, excuse me. Is this pic recent, or...? Actually, that's from 3 or 4 years ago. You look exactly the same. Really? Because I couldn't even tell that was her. I'm only 27. What'd you expect? That's why they say kids are the ones that get old. I thought it was recent. Yeah, I noticed. Thankfully, cats don't talk, so we're okay there. I thought it was recent because you usually don't see people displaying pictures of their exes so openly. Let alone printed and framed. Did you two break up on good terms, then? You even hesitated a bit when you called her your ex. Let's just say that everything ended with both of us saying mean things. And me storming out of her house, and breaking a couple of things on the way. We never broke up formally, and I guess I still have feelings for her. I just went away. Haven't said a word since. Really? It's hard to picture you doing such a thing. You look so happy in the pic. Why ever pick out like this, then? I just couldn't get my mind off something that Alma said to me. About missing the warmth of someone pressing against your side. Using them as a pillow, mixing your perfume with theirs. Putting your hand on their chest, listening to their breathing as they pet your head. All of this sounds word for word like what Alma was saying. You remembered this a lot, didn't you, Jill? Dozing off, knowing they're there, watching you, protecting you. I don't know, I felt nostalgic. And then miserable. I'll just put this away. I've been meaning to apologize, but I feel like it's too late now. Whenever I go out, there's this fear in the back of my head that I'll meet her in the street. I just don't know if I could face her again, let alone talk to her. That'd be a mess. It's never too late to apologize, Jill. Yes, it is. There is such a thing as too late to apologize. What's that on the table? Looks like an envelope. It's nothing. Nothing! Please give that to me. Okay. I saw nothing. Anyway, let's grab some beers. Guide me. Shine Spark, out. November 15th, with Kira Miki. Beers so far, 0. Cans left, 12. Remaining beer, 100%! Chunk, 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 chunk. Sorry, Transformer noises. Damn, you have lots of beer. Well, the BTC gives me discounts and a point card every time I buy their alcohol. But that beer is actually the cheapest drink I can get. Is there any difference between those drinks in the bar and these? Well, the drinks in the bar are more addictive, flavorful, and stronger than the ones they sell in stores. Besides, the one in the bar is more of a double IPA. IPA? IPA? This is more of a Pilsner. You can tell I know my beers. I know this is a type of beer, but I don't know how to say it. In English, please. This one's lighter in color and lighter in flavor. Don't know, it doesn't taste like a lighter to me. Indian Pale Ale. Okay. Is this one made with that... what's the name of the base liquid used at the bargain? Neutrogenic dichometrical ligonol, or NDL. I'm going to play it by ear, Alex, unless I'm about to screw up completely. Yeah, I know there's a button to drink. It was a supplement or something, right? It was an experimental fluid they created to replace water with the maiden kiss... when the maiden kiss polluted water supplies. Good night, Nero's S. The effects of pollution turned out to be temporary, so NDL never went into mass production. But the BTC still commissioned it for use in bars. And is this one made with it? Let's see. Yep, here it is, near the end. NDL and cornstarch. Ooh. Cornstarch? That serves as a stabilizer, if I remember correctly. They need it for packaged drinks. So is it more info, more drunk, or less info, less drunk? Because I wouldn't drink in this circumstance, but I'm a weirdo and I don't drink. I see, and I just realized something. What? You're a nerd, Jill. Guilty as charged. I still have that bottle of rum somewhere around. Do you want some of it? Will you have some too? Not really, no. Then leave it like that. I'm not letting you drink beer alone. That's not how drinking with friends works. Speaking as someone who has drunk with friends many times, that's exactly how drinking with friends works. They drink and I sit there and chat with them. Do you consider me a friend then, boss? Please have sex with me, boss. Oh God, please. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I be your friend? Don't know, what with being my boss and all, I was just never too sure. Yeah, you know what I drink, because I got it right here. I use a tumbler, but I use this because it's really good at keeping the drink, A, cool, and B, carbonated. So. In case you have any doubts, yes, I consider you one of my best friends. Kiss! Besides, you and Gil are always so diligent and responsible. I'm boss in name only, anyway. That's good to know. On a side note, it surprised me you kept that poster of me in the room. Oh yeah, she probably saw that. Don't show her phone. Even more that you hung it in plain sight. When I gave it to you, it was more or less a joke, you know? Does it make you uncomfortable? If it doesn't make you uncomfortable, why would it make me uncomfortable? It's my face. I'm still wondering why you did it, though. That website wasn't doing it for me, boss, so I needed something else. I guess it's like if someone gave you, I don't know, a dildo-shaped trophy or something and you had it there as a conversation starter. Although, no one comes here anyway, so it's kind of pointless. What? No steamy nights of passion? Not since a year ago, and I'd rather not talk about what happened then. Did someone hurt you? Because if they did, I could go dish out the pain. I believe you. No, nothing of the sort. Different kind of mess. Uncomfortable mess. And not being able to have sex for reasons mess. Okay, now you've got to explain that. Glad to know you have my back, though. That's what friends are for. Wait, you talk about the poster and compare it to having a dildo-shaped trophy. Did you just call me dildo face? That's what friends are for. That is also true. Hey, boss, be honest with me here. About what? Who's Gil exactly? What do you mean? You know what I mean. Who is he? Oh, yeah, that. I have a couple ideas. I know for certain he was in the Hong Kong riots, and he took part in the anti-riot force before defecting. That should give me a clue as to who he is, but so far I've only found out about one such defector, and he didn't leave Hong Kong for at least 4 years. I also know for certain Gil was in England and France during that time frame. It's always like that. When I think I have a clue to who he is, something else comes up that contradicts the evidence. I'm telling you. That guy's troublesome. But yeah. I wonder if Gil's alright. You worried about him? Make it sound like I'm some emotionless robot. You can be hard to read. I wouldn't worry about Gil so much, though. There's 3 things I know for certain about him. He can take care of himself. You can sincerely trust him. And he absolutely hates bell pepper. What kind of monster hates bell peppers? He's not on the evacuation ship. I've seen him even reject food that has come into contact with it. Man, what a baby. Unless he's allergic or something. He's not. Man, what a baby! How'd you meet such a guy? He showed up at the door of the bar. He what? That was shortly after the whole incident with Robert and the levitation potion. Right, the levitation potion. It was a slow day. He just showed up at the bar. I offered him a drink, but he said he didn't have any money on him. I couldn't leave him alone, so I pretty much gave him the drinks for free. After a couple, he broke down crying. Huh? I don't know what he did, but he was really, really regretting it. He wanted a second chance or whatever, and I told him if he could wash himself, I'd find him a job. And I'll be damned, he looked totally different the next day. Damn. I tried and failed to find out anything about him. So I decided to take him at face value, and judge from what he did as an employee. And aside from the occasional sudden escapade, he's been as loyal gets. I returned the favor in kind, covering his ass from time to time, sometimes literally. What surprises me is that you took him in so easily. I could take care of myself, and I always kept an eye on him. And besides, after the whole Robert thing, I couldn't easily ignore someone that desperate. Let's see. You made the bar more lively yourself, you know. How so? Well, with the regulars you've earned, of course. Like that blonde hacker. I can't remember her name. Alma? I was going to say Armitage. She's a nice girl, you know. I don't think she's young enough to be called a girl, says the girl who's eternally 17. In any case, she's really lovely. When you hear her speak of her family, she speaks with such love, her face just brightens up. It makes me kind of jealous that she has such a close relationship with them, to be honest. You have bad relations with your family? Not bad, but I'm not exactly close to anyone aside from Mom, Dad, and Aunt. But back to Alma. I'm really hoping she finds a nice guy to settle with. I mean, she's so bent into finding one, I can't help but want her to succeed. I see. There's also that sex worker robot girl. She intrigues me, though. I've seen lots of sex workers over the years, and she seems pretty giddy. I'm screwed up on the letter G now, because there's so many J's in this frickin' game. There's Jillian, and then there's Gillian, which is also pronounced Jillian. It's not that she likes her job, but rather she takes to it with such childish excitement. I've noticed that too, but then again, Lilim can be weird. You think? Lilim operate in some really foreign logic. I mean, they don't really share our fear of mortality. Even if their bodies are destroyed, their minds are already backed up to the collective source. If they lose an arm, they can reattach or replace it. Depending on the circumstances, they might not even feel pain. It's not like they haven't attained human-like emotions for fear or love. They're just different. Like a different culture, if you must. I didn't see it that way. Aside from that, Dorothy is a DFC-72. It's a social interactions model or something. Lilim get positive reinforcement straight from their bodies if they're fulfilling their main purpose, so I'm guessing she gets built-in push for whenever she's meaningful in a challenging social interaction. Interesting. The name Lilim is a bit weird, though. Is it? You'd expect them to be called bots or dolls, but Lilim doesn't really convey the image of automatons. Just a tip. Bots and dolls are considered slurs by them. Bot is akin to calling them that word, and doll is like calling them fake. Thanks for the advice. That aside, do you know why they're called Lilim? As far as I know, they're called that because of a bigger AI called Lilith. And Lilim are Lilith's offspring in Jewish folklore. Ooh, cool. Hey, speaking of names, why don't you like being called your full name? I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't act stupid. Back when you first transferred, I called you Julianne, and you almost tore me a new one with your glare. See? Yeah, like that. It's no big secret, but it's one of those things you feel silly when you say it out loud. Try me. Well, you ever watch Model Warrior Julianne? Not all, but my little sister's a big fan of the reruns. Well, back when I was in elementary school, I was a huge fan of the show. It had everything, from the dolls, to the costumes, to the lunchboxes. Didn't help that it was one of those shows that got strapped literally everywhere. I saw a couple episodes once. It was really nice. It was beyond nice. The show's about a model who can transform into an armor-clad magic knight. She fights demons born from greed and vanity. How the show presented Jules hating her job because it invited enemies, and yet still found solace in trying to be a role model. Hell, the main character wasn't a kid. Julianne was an adult that became younger when transformed. I'd say it was a pretty ambitious kids show, even by today's standards. Just the fact that her enemies are literal issues dealing with beauty standards and body image. Challenging as hell. Whoa, you got excited there. And that's the problem. Back then I was obsessed with Jules. I sang the songs, dressed like her, I could recite full chapters. Something tells me you still can. That's beside the point. It was nice while I was in elementary school, but then I went to middle school, and what a surprise, teenagers are jackasses. They went out of their way to tease me about things I did back then, and I don't hold it against Jules. I hold my grudge against those people. Sounds rough. You know how most girls worry about their thighs at that age? I worried about jackasses singing the theme tune of the show mocking me. Anyway, every time someone calls me Julianne or Jules, I instinctively react negatively. Pavlov will be proud of me. I never talk about it because I find the whole thing too silly in retrospect. And yet it affects you even today. Nothing wrong with it, though. It's actually kind of reasonable. I sure hope so. Come to think of it, what kind of kid were you, boss? Well, when I was a toddler, I was the kind to always fight with kids bigger than me. Then puberty happened, and I became the Merriam-Webster definition of shallow jerkwad. Around that time I turned 16, I realized what an idiot I was, and went on to become who I am today. And the less I talk about those years from 12 to 15, the better. Fair enough. So, Jill, what kind of guy was your grandpa? He was rough around the edges. Kind of guy that means well, even if he says otherwise. He seemed to have a soft spot for me, though. One moment he was congratulating my dad for berating him a little, and the next he was playing with me. My dad worked a lot, my mom was traveling, so I spent most of my childhood with him. Can I ask how he died? Old age. My dad says his last words are something like, "Freaking scientists! Created talking mannequins, but they still can't let you upload your brain." Another question. I'm curious about you. Like, really curious. Like, have sex with me right now curious. Just kiss! God damn. It's not hard. Well, okay, it can be. If you're a brain in the jar, it's kind of difficult. I just realized that even though we see each other almost every day, I know very little about you. From what you tell me, though, seems your grandpa's personality rubbed off a bit. I heard that one since I was a kid, actually. You know, boss, I'm a bit curious about your circle of friends. What kind of people do you have inside it? Well, keep in mind you're included in the circle, too, so any insults you hurl will apply right back to you. Anyway, actually, honestly, I'm not either, Dr. Winter. I don't see what Jill sees in Dana other than the fact that Dana is like a total badass who's a really kind and awesome... Okay, I can see what Jill sees in Dana, but I don't see a romantic spark here, to be completely honest with you. Maybe with Alma, I could see that. Anyways, I have this friend I've known for a long time. Red-headed, glasses-wearing gun nut named Iris. The one you called for the helmet thing? Yeah, that's the one. She managed a BTC bar in Panama right now, if I remember correctly. She's managing a bar too? I got the idea from her, actually. Oh. It's called Nirvana. Interesting. And if you thought this city was dangerous, you should see the people she has to deal with there. Piracy ain't nothing to screw with. And means it's an annex to another business. What else does she do there? Yeah, exactly, Javin. I think the bar was originally her hotel's bar. She moved the bar to its own building elsewhere and opened Nirvan B, the hotel instead. Weird decision. I believe she said she wanted a place away from the noisy rich tourists that go to the hotel. So that bar is her woman cave. Woman cave. That aside, let's see. Friends. I guess there's also my little sister, but that's a given. Oh, there's also my old partner from when I was in the Neo San Francisco police force, because of course she was. Good old Lexi. I should give her a call sometime. Wait, you were in the what? Yeah, I've done a lot of things. Yeah, I know, you're a solo. We've established this. This is just truth. I spent a short time collaborating with the police force. I've been a wrestler, an MMA fighter, chimney sweeper, lumberjack, pet shop attendant, corporate mascot. How do you be... corporate what? I still see my face on some websites from time to time. Anyways, aside from you, Gil, my sis, Iris, and Lexi, I guess there's a lot of people that don't want to see me in harm's way. Mostly because they're the ones that want to hurt me. What about you? I guess I have acquaintances here and there. Back at home in college, I went out a lot, but it felt more like going out was pleasure rather than people involved. Aside from Gil and you, the closest friend moving here is Alma and Dorothy. I mean, sure, there's 4, but that cat's a hermit that refuses to go out. Notice he's not here. And you know he's a cat. Hey, a cat's fine too, you know. Hey, boss, what do you do when the bar closes? I don't know. Maybe I'll take my friend's offer of working with her. I was also thinking about going back home and helping with things there. Or maybe going traveling for a while. Let's see. Oh, don't worry. Bureaucracy's slow as hell. They won't close the bar for quite a while. Better enjoy being there while you can. Yeah, maybe. Will you be visiting me in whatever bar I end up working in? I have a bone to pick with the guy that supervises the bar I'm planning to get you transferred to. I go there even though I have virtually no reason to. With you there, I'd have something pleasant to look forward to. You're sending me to someone you have problems with? If I have to trust another bar owner, it's certainly him. He's actually a pleasant boss from what I've seen. The fact that he and I have a tendency to go at each other's throats is an unrelated matter. I'll trust you on that one, then. Don't worry. Maybe I can get you a bracelet made out of wood pieces from the bar's counter or something. We'll see. Hey, I'll tell you what. When the bar closes, let's both take a vacation. Go on a trip. That'll clear your mind a bit. Yeah, maybe. Oh, God. Wasn't ready. Hell City. Just picture every single one of those has an ad on it. And it's all porn. Wait, I just described Vegas. Chapter 2. How many chapters are there? Whatever, there's 17 days. That's all that matters. I'm not joking. Have you been to Vegas lately? Like, the last time I went to Vegas was about 5 years ago, and it was still just, wow. The electricity bill, $8,000 just for electricity. Okay. I don't think we have that much. We don't. Cool. Cool. We need to find a Daruma. Let's go buy a Daruma. I've got 50 minutes left. I might as well keep going, little Billy. I gotta get through as much of this as I can. This game is already taking too long. Vegas, so the Vegas urban area is actually a pretty nice place. It has to be. It caters to rich old people. But, no, Jake the Crazy. Most of my family retired in Vegas. I've been going to Vegas since I was like 4. Vegas is just another place for me. It's got some good food. Like, some of the buffets there are legit. It's one of my favorite things in Vegas. But otherwise, it's just, you know, a relatively safe, nice city area. Suburban sprawl, whatever you want to call that. Anyways, cracked arrow. Bye. Thank you. Aw, the boss left the hoodie. Sadness. I mean, it's been a few years, so that doesn't surprise me. Apollo Bank is getting attacked. Oh, jeez, okay. Media's awfully quiet about it. Augmented Eye talked about it. All we get is clickbait. People are dead. Explosion registered. Media will be flagged. I already read that one. The attacker was shot dead, but a huge amount of data was released from the servers all around the world. Remember the leaks from Alice? Those were nothing compared to this. Proof of corruption, money laundering, espionage. It's pretty unsettling. The file is available from approximately 60,000 sources. Terabytes that contain all operations from Glitch City government and White Knight operations. It seems the ultimate goal from the attacker was not to blow up the bank, but lead hostages towards the servers inside of the bank, which had the files under several layers of physical security. Yep, someone did a mission, and the mission didn't go quite according to plan, but they still got the info out. So whoever actually got through that got paid. I'm telling you, I love the perspective thing. I've already jotted down a second positive for the perspective thing. No. Well, actually, yes, Shadow Machine. Sorry, I actually have. My bad. So, my great-uncle was the manager for the Righteous Brothers, which I know nobody even knows who the Righteous Brothers are anymore, which makes me kind of sad, but whatever. So, as a consequence, I've not only seen several of their shows in Vegas, but usually he'd give me his tickets and we'd go sit in his private booth and watch whatever show was there while we had some dinner or something, just while we were in the town. What do we got? Danger U's admin has been arrested again. Famous hacker Alice Rabbit graced the popular text board with a new threat, which resulted in the rest of the site's admin, known as Furfur. Furfur? For a second time. We have no details to give other than he was arrested as part of an ongoing investigation. We are now busy tracking down a message that appeared yesterday. When inquired about the rest, he would only respond with a calm, not this crap again. Nano Camo is now making smart underwear. Why? If underwear you can change with a voice command was something you really wanted in your life, Nano Camo has you covered. Already providing consumer versions of their very advanced nanomachine fabric, they plan to release a line of underwear that can change its look with a spoken word. No more stains in your white panties, just change the color to black and you'll barely notice. Don't change the smell though, they're not that advanced. We expect an increase in sales next year over this new innovative product. I'm already using them. Comfy if you ask me. Like, okay. Clothes that could just change color? Yeah, no, that's cool. I would love to just be like, beep, and my coat is white, for example. I would love that. I don't give a crap what my underwear are. Who cares? You just thought all about looking at prices. Did not. Wrestling. My boss may be curious. GSF January 4th card announced 66 American Kid and Giant Yusuke headlining. The blood feud between Giant Yusuke and 66 American Kid, what is with these names, will reach its climax this January 4th at the annual GSF Dome event, but it's not the only match of the night. Other interesting bouts feature great works, such as Roy Campbell versus Arentz. Osuna versus Siegfried. I have, actually, yeah, did he? And yeah, car, yeah, sure, that makes a degree of sense. Although I'd rather have the inside changing. Yep, so we need $8,000. Or we're dead. Getting Gil? Oh, hey, guys. How the hell did you get in? I have a copy of the key, remember? Wait, that's how you greet me after so many days? I never doubted you'd be fine. If anything, I'd have to cut your paycheck for leaving so many days without notice. See, Jill? He'll be here on Monday like nothing ever happened. Wait, why does he have a copy of the key and I don't? The need for you having a key never arose. True. Anyway, glad you're fine, Jill. Yeah, thanks, I guess. What, are you gonna make me watch the bathrooms again? Not today. Listen, I don't know who the hell you really are or what you're trying what's trying to come back bite you the ass, but remember there are people that actually care about you, so don't just leave like you just did. Especially after all hell broke loose. At least give us a sign you're still alive. So you were worried. Isn't that normal? When it comes to you, I don't know. Shut up. She's right, though. You shouldn't make ladies worry so much. Check if the cats didn't move the internet antenna, would you? I'm fine. Hey, boss. Why'd you leave the hoodie at my place? Because it's yours? But I told you you could keep it. Get off my screen. That's right. Die, Alliance jackass. Sorry, I couldn't find it in myself to take it. Why? Partly because I didn't feel right taking it, but mostly because I thought you'd totally look cute with it. I see. Don't think I'm rejecting a gift of yours. It's just I'm rejecting a gift of yours. Right. Are you still worried about the whole bar closure thing? Of course I am! Not like I can't work because of it, but you know. All we can do is enjoy whatever time we have left with best we can. What are you, Gandalf? Oh my god, actually, she totally is Gandalf. She is the cyberpunk Gandalf. So cheer up. Clients smell sadness and fear. We don't want that. I'll go to my office. Okay. Antenna's fine. Did I miss anything? Not really. Anyways, let's start the day. I don't even care anymore. Time to start drinks and change lives. Oh yeah, Gil? Glad to see you're fine, and I do mean that. Thanks. I don't know what voice to use here. Excuse me, I'm looking for Dana Zane. May I have your name? Oh, it's Brian. Just a sec. Boss! Some Brian guys looking for you. Tell him I'll be there in a bit. You heard her. It's alright, I'll wait. It's weird for someone to come asking for her, though. It's not weird when you're BTC's regional manager. Blah, 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 blah. Hold up. Hang on. Let me change to a slightly more appropriate song here really quick. Give me just 1 second. So yes, the BTC regional manager is here. I guess I didn't give you the best first impression. Don't worry, I know who I'm dealing with. I'm not a fan of people treating me too nicely because of my position anyways. Handle me like any other client. Okay, I can do that. What can I get you, Mr. Bryan? Let's go with the basics. A sugar rush, please. I'm totally overcharging him. I want your money. No alcohol, though. Here's your drink, sir. Ah, yes, yes. This one's nice. Back in training, they made a big deal out of sugar rushes. Why? They're like the fried eggs of mixing drinks. They're the most basic thing, but people can still mess them. How do you mess up fried eggs? How do you mess up fried eggs? Sugar rushes are simple enough. You only need to follow instructions. If you can't even do that, your future as a bartender is not bright. Huh. They never told me that. You're Jill, right? Yep, that's me. Dana has talked quite a bit about you. Really? And I guess you must have a few questions for me. Mostly concerning the closure warning that Valhalla got. Be not afraid. We are walking forward into a bright and glorious future for BTC. Can you disclose any information? I shouldn't. But you have a right to know. Oh yeah, sorry. I shouldn't, but you have a right to know. Thanks. Don't mention it. Now, where to start? You saw the news on the information leaked during the Apollo Trust Bank. That hurt my throat. I shouldn't do that. The Apollo Trust Bank incident, right? About the White Knights having lots of members from criminal organizations in their ranks? About Sean being a criminal? I knew it! It explains everything! Turns out the White Knights weren't the only ones with shady people. Some of the same folks have been trying to elude legal problems using BTC-certified bars. The BTC bars have their own protocols, meaning the White Knights can't dig too deeply. At least not without going through a ton of paperwork first, giving the criminals time to cover their tracks. Although it takes a bit of time to set up, it apparently has proven an effective method for money laundering. Where does Valhalla come in? Young bars are the ones under the radar right now, and the modest to low-income ones are the primary suspects. It's not just Valhalla. Any small bar with small income is being investigated heavily right now. So, the closure notice is due to low sales. Among the reasons a bar could get axed, low sales is the rarest one. If low sales were a problem, lots of bars would close every year. You'll find out soon enough. Huh. Sorry? Nothing, don't mind me. Seems your guess was spot on, Gil. If it helps, I'm doing my best to appeal in your place. Really? Why? Most of Glitch City's bars are a pain in the arse. They constantly give reports of chemical damage or shady drinks. This is one of the few places of which I almost never receive complaints. Closest thing to a recent complaint was that whole Farmer Fabrics affair a little while ago. So much saliva. I wouldn't get my hopes up, though. Especially since the BTC will try to save face by axing as many suspects as possible. This is just not appropriate anymore. Hang on. This is like doom and gloom. Let's go with this song. This will be appropriate for those of you who get it. Knowing you're making an effort is enough. Thanks. Can I get you anything else? Now that I remember. The recipe book, has a drink created here, right? Oh yeah, the suplex. Give me one of those, please. Yeah, sure. And I guess I won't overcharge you, even though I really need that money. He does, doesn't he, Sarani? Like, right? Oh, dude, I would love some banana bread right now. I'm actually pretty hungry. I had a pretty light lunch, but anyways. Here you go. The registry form said this was an accident while making a pile driver. You can ask the creator of the drink just over there. Ah, so you're Robert? Yep, that's my name. I'm Robert, the one and only. Jill called you Gil, though. It's an Argentinian slang. Robert here is from Argentina, so we call him Gil. Sorry, Brian. I was sorting some stuff in my office. Please come in. I'll be right there. Any other questions, Jill? Not really, no. Although, yeah. If you were to evaluate my performance right now, how would you rate me? Clean, timely delivery, correct orders, top-notch bartender. Thanks. Now, you'll excuse me. Yeah, no, I caught that, Alex. I've decided to, as soon as the bar closes, that'll be when the evacuation ship shows up, piloted by Dana. And that's when we get everyone out. And the rest of you get to sort that out yourselves. I'm surprised you haven't met him before. I received my training in another city. Regional supervisor was some girl with a red mohawk. Ah, I see. What boss will talk to Brian about? Jill, was it? Hi, Cat. Ears. God, that eye is creepy. Miss Stella, what a pleasure. You okay? Yeah, just call me Stella. Give me a big beer, please. You got it. Hang on. What's Stella's theme song? Give me a second. Stella's theme song is... I gotta come up with something really quickly here. Let's go with... Give me a moment. No, that'd be funny, but no. No, there it is. You sure you're fine? You know Say, right? Of course I do. What's up with her? She was at the Apollo Trust Bank during that whole affair, and... Oh. Right. So she didn't show up on the list of massive body count in the aftermath, so... I was hoping maybe you've seen her. As much as I'd love to say I had. Yeah, I figured as much. Man, the air just got a lot heavier. I mean, I could tell her everything will be alright, but that would sound a bit condescending. What do you say in this kind of situation? Maybe a joke? No, that'd be tasteless. Okay, just try and say anything. At the very least, you'll break the tension. Maybe distracting her? I don't think clearly when under this kind of pressure, do I? There was a private eye here the other day. Eye? Sorry, I'm a bit on edge. Private detective, I take it? Yeah. Maybe you'll want his services. What's his name? Art Van... No, Von Delay. Oh yeah, Art guy. I actually hired him yesterday looking for Say. So you still have hope. I'm somewhere between bargaining and depression right now, and I'm afraid to let go of bargaining. Is he any good? He doesn't look it, but he's quite skilled at gathering intel. I believe he'll give me some answers about Say, whatever they might be. Sometimes I wish I had a magic wand so I could solve all my problems with a swing, you know? Sorry if I'm making you uncomfortable. No, it's not about feeling uncomfortable, it's just... I usually try to say something to my clients when I see them down, and right now I can't find any words that don't sound hypocritical, or useless, or tasteless. I'm glad to know you have that much common sense, at least. All I can do is get you drinks. Can I get you anything else? Something sweet. This is pretty much my go-to sweet drink. Thanks. Seems like you really like Say. I don't have brothers or sisters, and my social interactions are usually strictly business. So Say is more of a friend to me. She's... Sorry, I brought that topic up at a bad time. Don't worry about it. As I was saying, she's more than a friend. She's my emotional support. She's someone I can trust wholeheartedly. That's a rarity. I'd say she's like my sister, but siblings usually lack that level of trust. I have to deal with high-class pricks of every race and upbringing on a daily basis. They use a business mask to hide anything they don't want others to know, and I do the same. But with Sei, I can be myself. I can do whatever I want and vent all my frustrations. She's always been there for me, and now she might need me. But here I am, sitting in a bar, making other people do that job, because I am a useless pile of flesh. Sorry about the outburst. I'm actually kind of jealous of the level of self-control you're using here. I mean, I'd be a mess in that situation. Still, would you like some fresh air? I'm going to take my break, and you could use some. Well, for a given value of fresh. I'm fine, thanks. Okay. Jill, please service Miss Stella while I take my break. Yeah, sure. Damn, it's chilly outside. What would a kid like you know about that, huh? I'm just giving you the facts as they are. What happened while I was gone? Let's see, Detective I comes in, Cat Boomer girl meets him, they start talking, everything was okay till the girl mentioned Zaibatsu Core offhand. After that, the guy got riled up and started bad-mouthing it. What is on the screen? That's new. Oddly enough, he was the only one. She just carried on like it was a normal conversation. Let's see. Well, I won't deny Zaibatsu Corp is anything but innocent. When you get down to it, it has enhanced the quality of life here. Yeah, if by enhanced you mean getting... I forget what voice I use for him. And my throat's kind of hurting anyway, so... If by enhanced you mean getting yanked around by a shiny new chain around her next, can't you see that the big companies don't care about this? Of course they don't. Why would they? A big company isn't a person. It is not a sentient entity. It lacks the capacity to care about you. Why do you think Glitch City is the mockingly called the guinea pig of the world? We're just one big test group for them to use however they want. I mean, we have a brain in a jar. Then again, I don't expect a kid to understand how hard it was, let alone a rich kid. True, I don't know. And true, I have a privilege that clouds my judgment. But can you deny that the meddling of Zaibatsu Corp has brought quite a few benefits? Like what? AI integration program they started is making huge advances in the AI department. Every day, more and more countries are seeing the benefits of recognizing AIs as citizens. That's not normal? Interesting. Yes, but we also hold the AI Reformation program, meaning that we're also the world's Lilim prison. AI went rogue, transferred to a livery drone or a ship to ship it to Glitch City. That murderer is now delivering your pizza. Fair point, although that program has proven to have reformed many AIs. They don't brag about their 88% success rate for nothing. The city also has a stronger economy. Zaibatsu Corp's success has made more companies bring their products here, and the gap between classes continues to grow. More companies just mean more people who will plant their feet on your face. But it also means more products are being brought to lower classes. Stores have 20% more brand variety compared to last year. Zaibatsu Corp's main medical research brands also made lots of discoveries. More and more illnesses previously thought incurable are being addressed every day. It is amazing for those who can afford them. Meanwhile, down here we're experiencing medicine shortages every month. You have a point there. Oh, but there are also more jobs. All the companies coming down here need personnel. So the unemployment rate has gone down by almost 40%. Jesus! This year. More jobs? Shut up. Am I wrong? Well, that's... Hey, you don't just sit there. Give me a Zen Star. By the way, I hate this entire argument. No, nothing personal. It's just, speaking as someone who is into people and someone who is into economics, there are... economics boom... These kind of situations are real-life topics that are really being discussed and have real, actual applications in real life in a lot of countries in the world. And the discussion always boils down to the same thing. The good comes with the bad, comes with the good, comes with the bad. And that's it. That's the discussion. There's really nothing else to discuss there. That was civil. what they just went through is civil, but I still hate those arguments because there's nothing to go through there. It's just the good comes with the bad, comes with the good, comes with the bad. There you go. Discussion had. There's no decision there. There's no conclusion there. That's just how it is. What am I doing? Zenstar. Right. That sounds terrible. Rocks. There it is. There you go. I mean, I agree with that job, and I have myself said a quote very similar to that before. But it's like, I don't know. No, that's a good discussion. That is a well done discussion, and both people have a correct point. The wage in many places in real life history. I'm only going to talk this for a minute, I swear. But in many places in real life history, or real life today, modern, here, now, there are places where the wage gap is growing. But as a consequence of more companies showing and more jobs are opening, which is getting more people employed, even though they can't quite afford the things that are being added to the cycle. And it's just, you know? I'm debating if I want to double for this guy. I think he can afford it. Ah, screw it, I don't even care. Whatever. There you go. Boom. God, this is awful. It's your order, though. I seriously hope you don't really believe everything you just said. Of course I do. Why else would I say it? You bring up something I always fail to remember. All the benefits we've gained over time are limited to a few. I can talk about advances all I want, but in the end, there's still a luxury belonging only to a few. You know what? I actually agree with this. It's funny because of how unhappy I am in my life, but I am actually sitting in a luxurious position because I was able to blow money on repairing my nose so I could breathe properly. I've said this before, that's a luxury. I myself have been in a position where that isn't possible. I should know. That's most of my life. Smooch, you're still awesome for making that happen. Thank you, everyone. And even those that can be accessed by everyone are more like an improvement of the bigger picture. That doesn't take away the fact that there have been positive changes. Credit where credit's due, don't you think? That's a pretty mature answer. Discussions are a way for two parties to understand each other. Debatable. The only people afraid of discussion are those whose points are too fragile to defend against someone. Ouch! Amateur, whatever. I want to take the chance to ask you about that job I gave you yesterday. I haven't been able to find much, but I can at least tell you that she wasn't at the bank when it opened up. What does that mean? Either she left before the whole ordeal started, or she managed to escape at some point before the whole thing ended. Also, not to jump on this, but I really do agree with several economists that the terms first world, second world, third world are outdated and should be dismissed. There's developing, strong, collapsing, and Japan. That's the types of economies that exist in the world. And it sounds like a joke, but it isn't. All the corpses are accounted for. They only found one totally disfigured, but witnesses identified it. Have you ever studied Japan's economy? It is an outlier. Even now, Japan's economy is still an outlier. Has been since World War II. And most people are aware of how it kind of after World War II. But the fact is, if you study economics, Japan's economy is still weird on a global scale. Like, it is still the economy that doesn't fit any formula. It's just doing its own thing. And it's working. It's still working. Somehow. Japan has a stagnant economy, kind of, but not really. It doesn't grow or shrink. You remember what I just mentioned, right? There's developing, strong, collapsing, and Japan, which is just doing this. They're just spinning. I'm using very basic terminology, but you get the idea, right? They're just spinning, and they're fine. And by most logic, this kind of economy shouldn't work. Yeah, I know, right, Sierra Mike? It's just, who knew? I don't know if I'd call it a perfect cycle, Don Crow, but yeah, there is a lot of self-regulation that goes into it. It is sort of a perpetual motion economy. Now, I do still think it could be improved. I think every economy in the world could be improved. But it's fascinating how it has managed to endure, because usually, so the reason this is so weird, most real-life economies that are stagnant very quickly turn into collapsing economies, usually within just a few years. I could name several. I'm not going to name specifics because I don't want to get into it, but there are many countries over the last 40 years which were stagnant, and as a consequence, because that just, by most logic, that doesn't work. You can't just have the money sitting there. Anyways, I'm sorry. Getting way off topic. I apologize. So, did you call him here? No, he just happened to come here today. Yeah, I'd have to do some research to really go into it, and refresh myself on some specific facts. But Japan's economy is truly fascinating. It really is. The weird part is that girl did enter the bank. It's like she vanished or something. I see. Thanks. Keep it up. Your face brightened a bit. Well, hope is the last thing you lose, I guess. If he's telling the truth, Sei might have found a way out. She's a resourceful girl. She surely did something. I think I'll have another drink. Do you want anything? Me? Just whatever you order. 2 bad touches, please. Nope, nope. I remember this one party I went to. The guy that came up with the name of this drink showed up. After people found that one out, they lined up to slap him for whatever reason. They didn't seem offended to me, though. Imagine a guy shows up and tells you, I made a classy bad touch. Wouldn't you line up to slap him? Are you okay, Jill? And she's bursting into laughter because she's a 12-year-old. Now that I think of it, did you find that girl you were looking for a week ago, Mr. Vonderlei? Turns out she was at the Apollo Trust Bank all this time. No wonder I couldn't get in touch with her. Girl? Yeah, someone paid me to look for the Crimson Rose, and she happened to be at the... hold on. I'm trying to avoid mentioning that a dangerous assassin got stuck in the same bank as the girl you're looking for. Oh, don't worry. Besides, the last thing I'm worried about with Sei is people. How's that? Her attitude is usually so laid back and gentle, she has no problem getting people on her side. And on the off chance she has to offend herself, well, I once saw her take care of a war bot gone haywire by herself. She did need help afterwards, but she recovered in no time and managed to take care of the bot. Is she really that good? She's not only really physically fit, she's also really good with Krav Maga and... Something wrong? Nothing, I just realized I forgot about all that. Sei's not invincible, but she knows how to take care of herself. And like I said, she's resourceful. She surely found a way out. I just hope she's well, wherever the hell she is. And she owes me an ice cream. You want another drink, Mr. Vonderlei? It's on me. You sure? Yeah, order away. Okay, I'll have a piano man. And you, Miss Stella? I'm fine. Get his order. So, this is what drinking something classy without worrying about the price feels like. Alright, I should get going. My contact will arrive at the rendezvous point soon. I'll let you know if I found anything else, Miss Hoshi. Please do. You've been generous today. He made my night with his discoveries on Sei's situation. I'm not totally over it, but at least I got distracted for a bit. Look at her face! Oh, that's it for me. Good night, Miss Hoshi. Thanks again. Please come again. You don't mind if I stay a bit longer, right? Why would I? It's not like you're asleep. Thanks. This place is soothing. Here, let me get you something soothing on the television. There you go. I'll just go sit over near the arcades. Alright then, that'll be all, Dana. What a mess, the situation with... Robert. Brian, you have a meeting in an hour with MI6 Hall C. Really? MI6? Right. Oh, if it isn't Miss Hoshi herself. Ah, Brian, fancy meeting here. I didn't expect to see you here of all places. Are you busy? Mind catching up for a bit? Here, no problem. Jill will be sitting over there. You know if you need anything. Will do. This telephone's an old model, so hanging up on it's a bit laggy. You can call me Cass, by the way. I'm Jill. Say, you guys give a lot of liberties to my boss. I mean, she gets away with too much stuff. She's not hurting anyone, and wouldn't you say it's more interesting that... Finally hung up. It's been quite the day. At least the streets are calm today. Have arrived yet again at the... Oh god, the majestic Hall of Heroes. Calm until now. We meet again, bartender. You look winded, Virgilio. It's pronounced Virgilio. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize L's were R's now. No, I'm pretty sure it's Virgilio. You said it as yourself the last time you showed up. Pronunciations are a silly thing society imposes on letters. They want to be free! They want to be pronounced however they want. That's right, it's necromancer, and no one can tell me otherwise. You look winded, Virgilio. You're all little toys, winded by the cruel hand of fate. Wouldn't that be winded? Just stumbling until it decides not to wind us anymore. Ah, there we go. And yet, you're the only one in the vicinity hyperventilating. That's, I was jogging. Just like that? I can jog however I want. Yes, you can. What can I get you? Something fake. Of course. Well, let's try to figure out his latest puzzle. Something fake. My first thought is the Brantini. My second thought is it this one? Yeah, there it is, the Grizzly Temple. This is my second thought. Because it's a bad drink that's only there for fans of the movie it was in, right? So it's like a fake drink that people like. I could also give him just water. Frothy water. I don't think I've ever made this. I have never made this. There you go, buddy. I mean, I get it. It's a small water, right? Here. And this is totally not beer. Ah, yes, just as fake as I want. Say, Virgilio, where do you work? I take the noble duties of curator at the Steampunk Museum. Really? What do you do? I study everything that comes and keep it clean for the people that visit the premises. But lately my duties have been hindered by the museum's owner. Really? Yeah, he told me, stop touching the exhibits, you're gonna break them. The nerve of some people. Eh? He still fails to realize that I'm the curator there. Without me, all those machines would be rustier than they already are. Even the visitors get that I'm the one responsible for those. Why can't the owner realize that, too? I bet he treats you like a janitor or something like that. Exactly! Okay, then, time for your next challenge, bartender. Challenge, he says. Yeah, see, honestly, that was actually my third thought, Alex, was all of these are fake ingredients, so I could just serve them whatever. But whatever. Purity. Purity. Here's your drink. Chunk of ice. That's probably not real water, so that's probably not true either. Alright, hang on, let me think about this. Purity, purity, purity. I got this. I got this. Totally figure this out. I give up. Okay, so beer is my second thought. Ice was my first thought. No, does not work. Why Zen Star? I don't actually get that. I would not have gotten that. Is it because it's balanced of all the ingredients? It's not what I would call purity. How is this pure? It's a drink. It's free from any human sin. It can do no harm consciously. Ah, yes, beautiful. Huh? Hey, you, the guy over there. Me? Yes, you. Have we met before? Can't remember, maybe. Yeah, I think... No. We haven't met ever, at all. That's an interesting reaction. Ah, Jill, I'll be taking my leave now. Be careful out there. Thanks, huh? Excuse me, have we met somewhere before? That face, that eye. What about my eye, punk? We haven't met at all. Never, ever, ever, ever. Okay, he is absolutely hiding something. I already suspected it, but Jesus. Good talking to you, bartender. Run. Did you just scare off a client? Apparently. Well, I'm off. Thanks for everything. Bye. Are we done for the day? Yep, quite a few clients considering the whole situation. Oh crap, that Virgilio guy. So you actually met before? Yeah, you could say that. What? Jill stuff, don't mind it. What were you talking about to Brian? Well... we were mostly catching up, to be honest. I hadn't seen him in a while. I offered him a drink when we met last week. I talked a bit about what to do after the bar closes. Oh, and I tried to explain the situation with Robert here. He agreed to help out with that one when the time comes. Oh. I was also tuning up the details for the new employee. New employee? Yeah, part-timer. You'll meet him tomorrow. Oh. Him? So it's a guy? An adorable guy. I suddenly have deja vu. You alright, Joe? Yeah. Must be nothing. Yay, money. I just barely can afford the bill now. Brian told me to give you this. Thanks, Brian. Uh-oh, I need a shoulder massage. I will no longer be able to afford bills. Oh yeah, 4, you'll come with me to work. What did I do? You must suffer. I'd like to buy a massage, please. At a local... How does that even work? Did the person just say, turn around? Like through the bar or the glass or what? God, whatever. Anyways. Every now and again, I wonder if I'll ever meet my significant other. All the stimuli from being born just 3 years ago and directly being thrown into this wonderful disaster that is the idol industry makes me think of all the things I'm missing. Accidental love, gentle touch of another person. I feel like I'm in this bubble that won't let me catch all possible feelings and senses. And my senses get tired of the same environment. I want to meet new people, places. Because even though I have a large bank of knowledge, I never experimented with what you most consider normal. But you already know that from my songs. Aw. I'm going to read this one out loud. Remember that nano camo underwear? I think I'll get a pair, just to see what kind of skin I could use with them. Oh, they'll nickel and dime you with the DLC. There's no way to get the skin you want. It's going to get cracked day 1. Maybe, but I don't think it'll be that fast. I think I'll just wait until it's modded for custom skins. I thought the nanomachine fabric was bad for your health. Nah, it's just a meme. Yeah, my walls are made of the stuff, and I'm alright. Are the walls hacked yet? I'm going to marry Camotan. We now have underwear that can change its look. Don't you just love the future? I would love it if there weren't a bunch of assholes with their business practices. Then don't buy the underwear. I won't. That's one hell of a rant. Men prefer Christmas cakes. For the longest time, the term Christmas cake... Oh, I thought you actually meant Christmas cake. Not yet, Javin, no. Referred to women aged 26 or above who are regarded as undesirable, just like a Christmas cake that ceases to be useful after December 25th. What? But men around Glitch City developed a sweet tooth. Who doesn't like a mature woman? Todd, 19, told the Augmented Eye. They have all the necessary experience already, and plus I'm so tired of spoiled immature girls doing stupid stuff. I say bring on the hot office ladies. Jill, 27, is confused. Christmas what? Is it like the opposite of beefcake? After discovering the real meaning, she launched into an hour-long rant. I'll let you know, pencil skirts are the best. Is it really U.S. Why? AM Township 64 announced. New waifu machine? Sukeban Soft just unveiled a new line of personal computers for the anime enthusiast market. This is after several attempts at appealing to a broader audience with the Uranus game console. Launch games have been announced as well. They include popular franchises like Monster Girl RPG, Monster Girlfriend, and Monster Companion. We're going for the weeb audience, said Kirin, Sukeban Soft janitor. What's dignity anymore? Sukuban Soft plans to launch the AM Township sometime next year. The EKDV-186 gets historic upgrade. Weapon enthusiasts are freaking out right now over a firmware update that Maquis Heavy Industries is releasing for the EKDV-186 line of assault rifles. Fully compatible with nano camo, full compatibility with nano camo has been announced, allowing civilian, spelled wrong, models of this weapon to the use of nano camouflage and the option to customize their look for free with the help of the nano camo app. We've been using nano camo on the battlefield for a year now, and thanks to its flexibility, you can now sneak past enemies using the environment to our favor. Our equipment is basically invisible with nano camo. The nano camo update will be released this month. I'm not even going to read her comment there on the right. Alright, so yeah, let's do it. To week. Hold up. Nope, actually. We're gonna exit the game. We're done. Game's over. Hang on. I gotta get the appropriate music going here. Give me just 1 second. There we go. Let's codify. Yeah, nobody would ever want a woman over 25. That's insanity. I mean, we'll get to it tomorrow, Alex. Literally. At 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as usual. Ironically, I'm actually not going to codify most of the stuff on the game axis yet, so sorry about that. I am still thinking about some negatives here. I have one codified positive. Good night, Don Crow. God dang it. So that's where we're at with the gameplay, and that's kind of it. Nobody cares about the gameplay, of course. I'm just going to put a no here for that. Let's look about the writing, the dialogue, the story axis. Let me check Discord really quick. No reason. I'm just curious what horrible message I'm about to get from Brigglin here. What is that from? Where did you even... Yes, Blade Torval. This is a lot less frustrating and irritating of a game to play than Sunless C, excuse me, which put me into just a non-stop bad mood the entire time I was playing it. Square bracket means I'm still debating it, is what that means. That's something that's in italics, so to speak. So we'll see. Now, you'll see an actual 10 thing in a moment here, because I'm pretty sure we're over 10 positives to story. Actually, I should probably do this. Yeah, let's do this. I'm not going to codify any character positives yet for reasons that should be self-evident. But even now, I'm going to give some dialogue, humor, world building, good writing, prologue, first day, porch scene, perspective, and perspective positives, which puts us there. I suppose that's it for right now, but again, that's because I don't actually want to codify any of the character positives yet. I will also admit I haven't thought of a single story negative yet, which is pretty impressive, actually. We'll see, Alex. I haven't even written him down as a potential yet. Although, I do think I was right about my guess. Don't tell me. Just... You heard me, right? Either he's really that dumb, or he's hiding something. I said that right after his first scene. There's a aggressive nature to his personality that strikes me as either, well, honestly, a typical character or someone taking advantage of a typical character. It's one of the two. Good, because if you did, I'd have to introduce you to Dana, and she wouldn't be nice. Hi, Dominio. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will be continuing this, and we'll see how we go. I'm going to go rest my throat, because my throat hurts. So, see you around.